couple of people working outside. There are a couple people working outside, and I think it might be too loud. I think it might be too loud. Can you guys hear that? Is that really bad? Would it get covered up if I played some background music? Let's see. That feels too loud to me, but you know what? Like I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be super annoying or not. What do you all think? What do you all think? Is that too bad, or should I just try again later? Because I can put this time to working on my videos. I don't need to do this. I have other things I can do for you all. So if it's really bad, really distracting, we'll postpone. Um and like I said, I can put on some background music. Let me do that. I feel like that would make me feel better. I don't even I don't even know what this music sounds like. One second. What am I doing? Mm. This could be pretty horrible. That's really low for you guys. Or not even audible? Let me check. I know that's way too high for you guys. Way too high. Let's calm that down a little. My goal here is just to drown out the construction that's happening outside. So tell me how that is. Tell me how that is. Is that distracting, or does it drown out the boards slamming together? Because that's what we have right now. It's kind of weird music. Not generally what I listen to, but I also know that I shouldn't run into any problems with this music, so I'm allowed to use it. So that's nice. I think it was made more for like people playing games. But you know, it's fine. Should we use Tmux or should we just use multiples? I think this is what we're going to do. Let's resize this. Other way, other way. No, let's go one more that way. No, we'll go right there, right there. All right. That's good. And then we're just going to do another one. Let's, I don't know, this might not be good. So then if we resize this up a little, there we go. Now we should never have a dead spot. Cool. So we basically have two things we can run. This is like the database itself. So when we start it running, and then we can deal with the CLI over here. Allowing us to interact with it via the CLI a little. I think that's probably the easiest way. All right. So what are we doing today? Well, we are looking to build an index. If you guys remember or watched my last video, well, in the last one we just made things suck a little less, but the current state of the database is that we just have to search every data file until we get the record that we're looking for, which isn't exactly what we want to do. So what we want to do is we want to actually go and just get the record, like that's what a database index does, is it gives you a method to go and get obtain the record quickly. So I think maybe that's a good place to start, that not everybody understands what a database index is. Let's actually just open up, let's see, we don't need all of this open. Close all that. Okay. So let's go to ExcaliDraw. Delete that. So what a database index does, like our current style right here, we have a log-based database. And our current thing here, let's say, that is not what I meant to do at all. Our current database, sorry, I had to switch to using everything with my left hand. So this is taking a little bit of time to get used to. I have like the early onset of carpal tunnels in my right hand. And so I'm supposed to be doing less with it. I'm supposed to be wearing a brace as much as I can. I can't do anything with that brace, so I'm using the mouse with my left hand. So it's a little different. All right, so this is classically how we would have, or how it currently happens. Every single time we get a new request, this happens. So we have a new request and it comes into the database like this. New request to get a data. We'll just say new get request. Like this. You know what, I think let's not do dark for ExcaliDraw. I think that's screwing up. So we get this new get request into the database. And let's say this request was for the record. Let's say we have a database of cities, and this request was for the record Louisville. So we're wanting to get information on the city Louisville. What our database would currently do is it would say, cool, let me look for it. And let's say Louisville was here in this file. In our log based, now we did log segments. So first we did a log base where it was a single file. Then we split that log database into log segments. So these are our segments here. Let me actually just identify those. These are our segments. Log segments. And so our database now has to say, well, I don't know where Louisville is, or even if we have a record for Louisville. And so it's going to go through each one of these. It's going to check this one, and it has to check this one because this one, if it's in here, this one has the most current record. In fact, let's do it like this. The record here at the end of this log segment is actually not the right record. It's been overwritten by this one. That's how the log segments work. So by definition, we have to start with this segment, search through it, search through this one, then search through this one. Not only is this several IO reads where we're reading from disk, we have to read this segment from disk, then this segment from disk, then this segment from disk. We then, when we do read it into memory, have to loop over every single value in that. And you can look at the last one. I actually have some like little benchmark tools that do this, that take the time to loop over each aspect of it. So we have to do that, and then we have to do it for the next one. We didn't find it here, and we have to do that all the way. This causes two major problems. The first problem that we're going to have with this is that I can't tell you if we don't have the city. So let's say we get a GET request for Bob12345. We don't have a city called Bob12345. But the database can't tell you that. For Bob12345, we would check the first segment. You know what? Yeah, let me put these. You know what? I have a better idea here. Let me move these up. We're gonna put the requests like this, and then the search pattern for the request here. There we go. All right. So then we get a GET request for Bob12345. Now, again, this entire time, writing has been super easy. Writing is just ridiculously easy. Because we just append. We just append. It's easy. All right. So, Bob12345 can't just reply that it doesn't exist. We can't do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to read this into memory, segment 1. We're going to read segment 2 into memory. We're going to read segment 3 into memory and search it. We're going to read segment 4 into memory and search it. And then we're going to return not found. So obviously we can see the performance problems here. In our current state of mind, in our current database, if there was a lot of misses, a lot of requests for things that didn't exist, we would actually consume a lot of data. And you can, each one of these is on the drive. So let's number these, make these a little bit easier. So this one is, you know, we'll do it like this. We'll do it like this. This one is 1, and we'll put that on the right and at the top. This is 2, and we'll put that at the right and at the top. Well, this one is segment 3, and this one is 4. All right. So each one of these is a disk read. Each is a disk read. And depending on your drives, it could be multiple disk reads. So think about your NVMe drives. They actually read in blocks. So there is optimizations to do here, whether your log segments fit in a single block or not, and can be one read. Actually, if they do fit in a single block, then you can actually have atomic writes as well if you're on NVMEs. But then you also have to know what block size that NVMe is. We're talking about some really low level optimization here. But you can do atomic writes on NVMEs if you know the block size. But each one of these is a disk read. Each of these segments is a disk read. At least. Multiple, usually. Our current one is just based off of segment size or the number of records, not the actual size. Hey, Russell, how are you doing? I have a really big ask of you. I have a little music on to try to make it so you can't hear the construction going on. Is it really bad? I don't know. I can turn the music off so you can hear it without the music. Usually I stream without music. This is Stream Beats by Harris Heller. I found it. They said you could use it for free on yeah. So you won't get copyright struck. So that's cool. But do you hear that? It's not thunder in here. Okay, so it's not too distracting. I was worried that it would be super distracting. So it's not too bad. That's all I wanted to know. Sorry about it. Sorry about the construction noise. Thank you so much, Russell, for trying that out. I appreciate it because I don't always know what the experience is. I know that I've jacked up my audio for you all because I guess I was a lot quieter. And I was just worried that I was super worried, not gonna lie, that it's pretty loud for me. I know this microphone is pretty dead though, so maybe that's my saving grace, is it doesn't pick up a ton. All right, cool. Well then, I will just go on, and we don't have to have background music. All right. So we were talking about the current state of the database and how we could improve it. And the answer is obviously a index. But I'm trying to take this time as a way to not only explain what an index is, and I want feedback on my explanation because I will be making a video out of this. And so if there's things that I didn't make clear or questions that you have, please ask them, as I want to make that video as clear as possible. All right, so this is our current state. You know, if we read for Louisville and we have these log segments, the mic is popular for a reason. It's really good at ignoring background noise. You're absolutely right, because my kids actually most of the time play Xbox 20 feet from me, and you know, I make them turn the volume down, but like it's still there, and it's pretty nice. So I do everything I do with 3 children in the house, so it's been nice. You've never heard them, not even once? That's actually surprises me. I figured you were all just very polite and not talking about the random children noises in the background that happen every once in a while. I know they got into a fight one time. It was a whisper fight, you know, when they're like, we know that we need to be quiet, but we're angry with each other. How dare you say that to me? Yeah, that did happen once. So, all right, so I'm just now reorganizing this. Okay, so we have been talking about, or we've been creating the database, and we've just been going over really popular things. So one thing that our database has never had is an index. And so I wanted to talk a little bit quickly about what an index is, because I know a lot of people know, like, they'll say that they know what an index is, but they don't really know what an index is. Like, they'll be like, oh, well, you index your database to retrieve files faster, which is true. But let's actually learn, and I said this is part 1 because we're going to have many parts on indexing, because indexing, how you do it changes with how you store stuff on disk and what trade-offs you want. We're going to build a very simple index today, and in the future we'll expand on it after we do a few things. So our current log-based database has a problem, and when we get new requests, we have to actually search each file. And this is kind of by design, because our log-based database says that the newer the record is, that's the newest one is the most valid. So in this example, when we're searching for, we have a database of cities with information on them. And when we get a request for Louisville, well, it's actually in the third segment. It's not in the latest segment. It's not in the second latest. It's in the third one. And that means to find the value, we have at least one segment read here, at least one disk read here, and finally the third disk read. But not only do we have the disk read, for each one of these, we have to look through every single value. If your segments are really large, that's a lot. If they're really small, there's more disk reads because you have to read more disks in or you have to do more reads to get these things. So the other really big problem, if your database does get a lot of misses, let's say instead of cities, we had a URL shortener. And so when our database was hit, it was actually looking up a URL. That's what it was doing. Those get missed a lot. You get old URLs that, have been purged or whatnot. There's a lot of misses. And in the case of a miss, it's actually the worst case for our current database because we have to look through every single segment before returning that we didn't find it. It's actually a pretty horrible case for our database. And so this is obviously not really great, but we love our log segments. Our log segments make writing really easy. We just append to the current log and we move on. So how are we going to fix this? And the answer is indexes. The answer is indexes. Now, indexes come in a lot of shapes and forms, but the first one that we want to do here is when we get this request for Louisville, we want to check an index. So let's come over here. You know what? We're going to slide all of this to the left a little. We're going to shift left. Shift left. You guys have heard shift left. You know that shift left is good. Anytime you're shifting left is good. So in the new form, we want to, when we query Louisville, we want to kind of skip go and go straight to jail. We want to go straight here. We kind of want to just open this file. Not only do we just want to open this file, so let's do this. Old way and new way. All right. So we want to go straight to this file, but more than just straight to this file, this could be most of the way down. We really don't want to seek through the entire file. That's also inefficient. We want to go straight to this record. We want to know its line number, and we want to read its line number directly. So in this new way, we don't go here. Can I do this easily? I don't know that looks good, but you guys get the point. We don't want to read here, and we don't want to read here. And we want to read straight to here, and we want to read the line number, and we just want to get the information for it. And then for the case that it doesn't exist, we don't want to do any work. We just want to return not found. This is all. This is all our database should do. How we're going to do this first is actually how you all probably would think of an index. And it's probably the simplest one. And it's just going to be a hash map. Now, there's actually two ways of doing this. You can hash map per segment, or you can hash map for an entire database. To be honest, I want to say I'm not. I only know of one reason to do one versus the other, but I feel like there's more. So basically, what we can do is we can index by log segment. So index index by log segment, which means each log segment carries its own index. And there is the index for the entire database. Index for the entire database, which means we have one hash map for everything. So we have one index that says which log segment it's in, and which line it's in. Whereas with the index by log segment, you don't have to read this file, but you have to check its index, which in a hash map, as we know, this is a pretty well-defined amount of time. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to loop through. It's a constant time. Now, it is a constant time, but I do want you guys to realize that a hash map read isn't free. Hash map read isn't free, and a hash map insert especially isn't free. You have to actually do the hashing, and you have to do collisions. So those are maybe some important pieces to think about while we're talking about this. So is there not one where there are two hash maps, one for the mutable current log segment and one for the combined immutable log segment? So Russell, that doesn't really matter. So if you remember in the last one, if you remember in our last one, we made a few improvements to our memory management. And one of the things is the current one is already in a hash map. The entire segment is already in a hash map, right? In memory. So we don't really need to index it because it's as good of an index as it is currently, right? Does that make sense? We can. Okay. So we did an improvement, and I can draw that out. It's been a little while, so I wouldn't expect. So basically, we had this problem where this log segment we both wrote to and read from, which meant when we were reading, we blocked writing, and when we were writing, we were block reading. So if you had 100 things reading, and even worse, you had to read this main. We'll designate that this is the main segment here. This is the writable one, main writable. So basically, if you were reading heavily, you could block writing to this and make writes very slow because it would have to wait for all of those read locks. And so what we did is basically made it where we only read from the in-memory portion, so we could always write to this. Writing would always be fast and never be blocked by reading because we had that in-memory hash map. So as it currently states, we kind of have a log segment for the main one as it is. So when I said an index for the entire database, as our database currently exists, as we currently store database, that is exactly how we would be doing it. We'd have one for the main one, which is like the actual data is still in memory. And some of this is like in other databases, you would hear of this as a cache. There's a cache. There's certain things that are still in the database's cache, which is just this main like one, the latest things to have been written. Now, some caches are more advanced where heavy reads can also be put into that in-memory cache. But for ours is pretty dumb. Our cache is just the latest things to have been written. So maybe I didn't explain that well in the last episode. And then you have this index for the rest of it. Absolutely. let's see. All right. So we'll pull up the code here. Man, I actually haven't looked at this code for a little while. So this is going to be fun. Okay. So the way that we're going to go about it is this. We're going to make an index for each log segment. And the reason is it keeps it simple. Think about compaction. When we end up compacting these two files, when we go and compact these two files, we would have to go back and update all of the indexes because these files don't exist anymore. But if we make it where each file, now we're not storing the index on file because that's one of the biggest drawbacks. So this is going to be, generation 2, gen 2, segment 1. Segment 1. So in this, we would have a ton of cleanup maintenance. Not that you can't do it. You just have to think about that because now we have multiple threads doing this. We have threads that are going through the background and doing compaction, and we have threads that are writing. So far, we've kept those things completely separate. And I think it's very important to keep doing that because if you decide to mutate from the threads that are doing the compaction, it's going to get very messy very quickly. So what we're going to do is we're going to make an index for this is what we're going to do. We're going to highlight it with green, and we're going to make this one red. Because this one gets very messy when thinking about compaction, how we're cleaning up our database. Whereas this one stays pretty simple. This file, until it's deleted, has a index. When you delete this file, because it's been compacted, you just delete the logs, the index for it as well, because it's no longer going to be used. And so you can cleanly just delete the in-memory hash map for it. Now, this probably brings us to the major drawbacks of this type of index. There's two major ones. You have to store everything in memory. Hash maps on disk aren't good. Collisions are very messy on disk, very messy. They're messy in memory too, but you can deal with it in memory. Much better, much faster, much cleaner. So they don't serialize to disk very well. They don't work on disk very well. They're not very good on disks. And they don't do ranges very well. So what do I mean by they don't do ranges? Now, this is what we're going to do today, or we're going to start doing today. I don't think we'll actually finish it, but we're going to start doing it today. Think about what if we wanted to do Louisville, but we didn't know exactly how to spell it. And so we just went with LIO. We wanted to get everything with LIO. Our database can't handle this, and our index can't handle it. The only way for our database to support something like this is to do every permutation and search for that in every single index. It's basically impossible. It's basically impossible to search for something. We can't do a LIO star. We can't do, star, where we even define the number of things, because this becomes a permutations problem that our computers just don't deal with well. Not only do we have to just generate all the permutations, which computers can do pretty fast, we then have to search each segment's index for that. This is a messy, messy, messy thing. So this is why you get the hash map implementations they're very much like key value stores. So there are, I think Rake is a database that does this, and it's very, very fast. It's very, very efficient, but you don't get the support. They don't give you the support to find ranges. And that's fine. That's a trade-off they've made. And this is why it's so important to pick your database for the trade-offs that you want. This is why I'm such a fan of just starting with like something like Postgres, because it just kind of does everything crappily, but that's a good thing, like in a good way. I don't mean that badly. I think you all know that I speak highly of it. I think that they've done a really good job of making a general database. And it's when that fails that you can, like, when that becomes a problem, that you can start looking at, I have a very specific problem. And if you have a very specific problem, other databases are much more specialized at solving specific problems. So yes, Russell. Would you have to create an index using something like a trie and find all the children? You can do that. There's actually a bunch of different ways. So B trees are a really popular way of doing it. And it also comes to how you're storing your data on disk. It's a really big topic. This is why I'm trying to keep it simple, but absolutely, there's a lot of different ways you can store that. There's ways to make it fuzzy where you're like, okay, and this is just an example off the top of my head. Let's say this, again, this is why I say it can depend on how you store your data. Let's say this segment stores all the L's. So we don't know where LIO is, or maybe this segment, stores all the LIs. We don't know where, we can go into this segment, but again, this is how we're storing our database. We don't currently store our data like this. Ours is based off of a log, so this wouldn't actually work. So we can't do this, but you can do something like this where instead of needing to search every single segment, you can say, well, we're going to search this one. And then the range is actually pretty easy because you find the first LIO and you find the last LIO and you return that entire block from this segment or, the two adjoining segments. So that's one way to do it. And it's making your segments kind of part of, I forget the actual name for it. There's a name for doing it this way. A sparse tree. Basically, what you do is you don't put every record. You put ranges in there. So your index is basically a place to find ranges of stuff. But then you also have to manage your segments in a way where that would work. And we don't do that. So we can't do that right now. But this is where I just want to do small changes and do stuff. We're not going to be able to cover every single one. That's why I'm happy to talk about the different ones, because I don't think we're ever going to do that one. We will be migrating to a B tree in the future, we'll probably migrate off of a pure log segment. We'll go to a hybrid approach. And when we go to the hybrid approach, we can adopt B trees, and there's a lot of things that we can do with that, like ranges. The good questions, though. Good questions. I'm going to be using this chat to try to make sure I answer those things in my videos. I really think it's fascinating too. I really do. There's so much that we don't think about when we think about database index. I can tell you, when I thought about indexing a database, I never understood it. And honestly, indexing a database is easier once I understood like what they were actually doing, like what it was actually going into it, and the trade-offs that happen. You'll never get something faster than a straight hash map, what we're doing. It has trade-offs, though. It sucks at some things, and it's why not a ton of databases do it, because we can get pretty close to a hash map without the failures, is what it turns out to be. we can get pretty close. Not exactly. Like I said, Rake is probably the fastest, like the pure fastest lookup of a record. Your entire index has to fit in memory. You can't offload some of it into disk. So it limits the amount of stuff you can index. Another thing that I didn't talk about is it doesn't support good secondary indexes very well. So if you wanted to start doing like secondary indexes, it's much more difficult to do that. Basically, you just have a whole separate index. It doesn't line up very well. Secondary indexes is really far away, though. Well, let's not talk about those. Those are hard. Secondary indexes. Oh, you're welcome. This is actually, I want to do more of this when streaming. I want to like set aside a weekend a month or something to do more of this. And I want to be making videos based off of this stuff. Not my most popular videos, but I feel like if somebody wants to learn these things, it's very useful. And it's kind of hard to find some of this information. You find a lot of information on YouTube about like algorithms for passing interviews, but nobody I don't think many people go through like these types of things because they're not interview things. They're just like how the real world works, which we use some of those, like B trees, and how to inverse a B tree is actually useful in this, but much later. Also, if you ask me to inverse a B tree, I won't know how to do it off the top of my head. I know that you can somewhat efficiently. The exact mechanism escapes my mind of doing it. All right. So let's get into doing it. I think we've covered most of the theory. Like, it's fairly simple. We're going to create an index. I have never done this specifically, so there's some things that I'll have to think about through here. So we're going to make an index for each log file that's going to sit here. Let's make this green. Like I said, this is not necessarily the most popular method for database indexing. So we're going to create an index. I think databases are a dark art to most people. Honestly, Russell, you know, they were to me as well. And it almost goes back to my reason I think people should learn. And I know this is, people will disagree with me. I think people should learn very, very, very basic assembly. I think you should understand basic assembly and learn to write very, very basic assembly. Very, very basic. I don't mean to go into depth. I know best practices for writing assembly or ways to optimize assembly. That's not what I mean. But I think it helped me write better code when I understood. And, you know, there's compilers that take your code and do horrible, wonderful things to optimize it. But a lot of the times, the things that the compiler does to optimize is based off of optimizing assembly. So understanding assembly and understanding how your computer works can help you write more optimized code. Think about like CPU cache. If you don't understand how, or even the registries, how those work and it operates on them, it can be very difficult to understand. So I think it's really helpful. There are only a few people that know how they work, and they're probably the people working at database companies. Probably. I mean, there's ones outside of that, I'm sure. They're the people that sold successful database companies. And they're like, I'm not working on that anymore. It's hard. Okay. So we're going to create an index for log2. And this is just going to be an in-memory hash map. Now, the thing here, in-memory hash map. This hash map needs to store a couple of things. And let's make this big and let's focus on this. So let's see. All right, in-memory hash map. And it needs to store a couple of things. One, it needs to have the key, which is going to be the same key as the value, or as the key. And it's going to need to have a line number. You can actually skip the whole new line and actually do it at like a byte location, like how many bytes in. For right now, we're just going to do line number. So what line in here has this? And we're going to store this in memory somewhere. And we need to store one of these for each file that we have. Now, that was one of the things that we can do is keep a list of files. So originally, we were actually just searching the file system. So now we'll need to keep a list of files. And I think we did that. I think we did that as an optimization in the last one. The last one was all about optimization. I don't know if we kept the list of log segment files in memory, but now what we need to do is have another hash map over here of log segments. So this is going to be a hash map of log segments. Hash map of log segments. And it's going to be the segment. The key is going to be the segment. Key of segment. And then the value is going to be segment file. It's the file. And then the value is going to be this, the index. Rondev. Okay, so I am not making a database in JavaScript, but all of these apply to any language. So if you're wanting to make it in JavaScript, that's fantastic. I do have a YouTube link down in the bottom. You know what? I should have set up TwitchBot. Let me get this for you right now. And I will post a link to the playlist. Oh, the JavaScript. Okay, so, okay, I got it. I'm sorry. I'm super hard thinking over here. I'm like very much try-harding. This is the first time I've done this type of content really on Twitch. Now, I will be making a YouTube video. I will be making a YouTube video on what we're covering today. And we're going to get into some of the stuff. So let me find that playlist for you really quickly. So if you guys haven't caught up and want to catch up with this, let me find my playlist. I'm going to get you the playlist. Here we go. Get shareable link. All right. Yeah, the kappa should. I didn't read the kappa. That was my bad, Rondev. My bad. I'm newer to Twitch. Kappa, I got it. Kappa equals joke. But on a serious note, there's the YouTube link. If you guys are not understanding where we're at in this journey, it's been a journey. I only add to the journey every couple months, but it's there. And so, yeah, we're learning about how databases work because I think it's important. I think it's a skill. I think it will help you even if you're just using databases. It's going to help you understand why databases are different. I think is like my goal. I think at the end of the day, it's not to make, I mean, obviously if somebody wanted to get into making their own database, it's great. And that's awesome. And if I help one of those people, that's awesome. I think the other thing is a whole group of people who don't know how to pick the database. And I'm trying to explain the trade-offs at a low level. Like, why does this database, why does Rake, it's my only example of a database that is purely a hash map index. Why does it suck at ranges or doesn't support it at all? And the fact is, it's how the optimizations that they made. This is a fast database. You'll see it's blazing fast, but yeah. All right. So basically now we'll have these two things. So our key is our key. Oh, our key is the actual key in database, key in segment. And honestly, we can stop carrying the key in the segment if we wanted to. Now we don't want to, and I'll get into that. But we could. And then the value is the line number that it's at. What I mean is we could, you know how right now our data format is this, which we need to have an entire thing on data structures. Let's go back to our white. Seems like I'm going the wrong way when it comes to tech. Wait. What is the go laugh? Is that bad or good? I don't know. I'm learning to read the emojis. My kids would be proud of me. Although I feel like my generation was the generation of emojis. I just got left behind from my generation. All right. So our current thing is this. If we look over here at our database and we look at just one of our segments, this is our thing. It's just the key and then colon and then the value. Not very good for a lot of reasons, and we'll get into that in another episode of this. But that's okay. Awesome. So we have this, key value data structure. And you'll notice our key is in the hash map and doesn't actually provide value. So we could delete this and just have the value on the line. It would save us space and it would save us time on parsing because now we don't have to parse that data structure. It's pretty fantastic and would be absolutely fast. But there's one downside. The indexes are all in memory. Like we said, hash maps don't do well on disk, and they're hard to serialize out. They're hard to serialize back. They're hard to use on disk. There's reasons. So what we have to think about is our failure mode here. And our failure mode is that in the event of a crash, all this goes away. All of this goes away. And there's two primary ways of dealing with this crash scenario. So we'll do a little crash scenario over here. There's two ways of handling with this crash scenario. Oh, you're in your 20s using almost 40-year-old software. That's fantastic. You'll fit in. You'll fit in. Although I'm in my 30s, so you're still fine. You're still fine. Okay, so in the event of a crash, all of this goes away. Literally all of it. So in our crash scenario here, all of this dies. Now, there's two ways of dealing with this. And this is why you want to leave the key. You want to leave the key in the file because you have to recover. You have to recover from this. The first way, and the way we're going to do it, is a lazy load. basically our index is built off of seeking, which has its downfalls. It's easy to implement, but it means we can't return not found. We actually have to search for it. Now, once we've searched for a record once and not found it, we can actually add it to our index as a record that's not in our database. And that means that we only have to search for it once through the whole database. But that's the lazy load. So on crash, or startup really, on crash or startup, lazy load index. And this is important because now when we're searching through these, going back to the old way, we need to parse that key out of the log segment file. The other way of handling this, which is the better way, it's legitimately the better way. And tell me if you guys want to do this, and we'll do it the better way. I think it's legitimately the better way. You can change my mind. I don't know of a way that it's worse, is to rebuild the entire index. Rebuild index. And basically what you do is at the start, you go through and search every single file, and you build an index of it. You don't have a special thing for not found, because if it's not in the index, then it's not in your database because you built it at the start. Now, this has downfalls. It is slower to start up. When your database starts up, if you have a really big database, it can take a while to reindex your database. And this goes into like a lot of ones that do it this way. The reason they do it is they can serve not founds much faster. So rebuilding and not doing the lazy load, they can return not founds, and that saves load on your database and allows you to know that you're not found. Your index is complete at the start. And this is where you run a highly available database. It doesn't matter if you lose a node. When a new node starts, it starts a reindexing, but your database is still available because it's just a new node that's reindexing. So, is that i3 with Debian? Absolutely not. It is i3 with Arch. I can prove it. Oh, wait, it's a OS release. There you go. So, yep. All right. NeoFetch? I don't know what NeoFetch is. Cool. Oh, awesome. I'll have to look it up. All right, so I've just convinced myself we're going to just rebuild the index. I was thinking we were going to do the lazy load because I thought it was a great learning experience. I was thinking in my head on like a YouTube video, you start with this, and then you're like, oh, I still have this hit. And if I have a large database, this not found has to search the first time. And then we also have a new special record that we put into our hash map of not found. But I'm realizing like there's no real point. I think this is pretty self-explanatory what you're doing and the problem with it. So we're going to just rebuild our index. It will mean slower startup times, and it's a new phase of the database where really we need to make sure that all GET requests returns database not ready until it's ready. So there's a little extra work to be done. The lazy load is kind of the easier way about it, where you kind of just build your indexes as you go. So it would be a little bit of work. It's just on the read. So it's not too much because our read is actually confined to a single function that is shared. So I don't think it would be too much work. I've never implemented a hash index. So like some of this is me learning too. I know what they do, how they work, but and their downfalls, but have I actually implemented one? The lazy load, you would just do it. And then on compaction, what you do is, even on the lazy load, if you compact these two files, you build the index for the new file as you build the new file. Like, there's no reason not to. You don't lazy load the new file as well. Yeah, it's just, while you're compacting it, you build the index for it. But if two queries came at the start, you wouldn't want to do indexing twice. You're saying two queries for Bob 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for our cities comes in at the same time. I'm going to say effectively at the same time. Or even Louisville. Two for Louisville come in at the same time. You're right. There would be some inefficiency here where you index it twice. It wouldn't hurt it, but it would be, you would search for both because it's not in the log segments yet. Yep. All right. Let's get into implementation. Implementation is going to be a little bit because I haven't been in here for a little bit of time. So bear with me, as it's been like 3-4 months since I've touched this code. So we're gonna have to slide our way into it. I've already got ourselves set up here where we can run the CLI. We have a CLI tool here. And we can run the database from this pane here. And I brought it down so my gorgeous face doesn't cover that up for you all. And we can do our code over here. So, all right, let's just get into the main crux of the problem here. All right, so we have our compaction. And our compaction, when it compacts, needs to do an index. So we need to be able to share the index with our compaction service. That's gross. That's gross. We'll think about that. Let's not think about the compaction right off the bat. Let's do it a different way first. Is there a reason you separate Vim and terminal? Rondev, because I suck at Vim. All right. If you didn't see it, last week I started learning Vim. So there you go. 2 weeks ago. It's been 2 weeks now since I've started learning Vim. The other thing is, sometimes, not this time, I'll have long running stuff. So when I'm working on Eddington, where we're building our own cloud, it's kind of fun. We have stuff that runs, like we'll have Tilt that's running. So, we'll have this window, not that one. We'll have this window over here, right here. running tilt. So we'll just do tilt up here, and that kind of runs the entire time we're doing it. So I have some long running stuff, so I think that's it. I don't really know. I did not start from scratch, but I started from scratch-ish. So TJ released this Lua script for NeoVim that does some very, very basic stuff, and I followed along with that, and then I've been building on that. So you can, yeah. So each week we add or update a little bit. Actually, just yesterday or 2 days ago, Thursday, we added the new ability to do a scoped search. So this search actually goes from a scoped. And this is also scoped, which is pretty cool, which means it doesn't just go from root of where I opened it. So we've been working on it. I would say it's kind of half from scratch. We're like half scratch. So we've been, working on this. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Russell. Like I was trying to run the Rust thing, you know, and another thing that I struggle with, and you know, maybe it's just me, but if you actually look at the files here, let's do that. If you actually look at it, I have like inner directories. And so if I ran my cargo command from here, it wouldn't actually do anything. But this is where I opened up Vim. So like just running cargo from the root directory doesn't really mean much. It means, you know, over here, you can see this one is in the database. And this one over here, if we quit out of here, is from the CLI. Because those actually have meaning. And I know that I don't need to fiddle with it right now. I'm still learning. But those are like the nuances that I'm not sure. Like a lot of people that have just a single project, they just run the single command. And I think that seems to work pretty well, but I'm also in i3. So like part of me is like, why? Like I can switch over to a couple terminals right over here and my Vim over here. You know, I could also run Vim in tmux, which I don't, but I could. All right, so this is our startup. We're not going to worry about the background thread right now, but we will have to. We will have to because we have compaction on a background thread. So like that's great, but all right. Oh man. Oh man. This is coming back to me. Just so you guys know, this right here is horrible. Is horrible. But because we don't have metadata, it's literally just the value on disk. There's nothing more we can do. Rondev, you have to keep us updated on your progress. I think most of us here are Vimmers. I feel like Lisp is one of those things where it's like super awesome in theory if you're smart enough to use it. I just happen not to be smart enough to use it. It's It's difficult. I think learning Klingon is easier. All right, let's see. Virtually limitless. Rhonda, thank you so much for the follow. I super appreciate it. If my Twitch, there's your personalized AI generated welcome message. So please enjoy. We made that live on stream. So that's some of the stuff we do here. So there's your Twitch alert. It's completely personalized just for you. That AI makes up stuff though. So I'm sorry if it gets stuff wrong about you. It's just going for it. All right. So this is our database. Let's get into this. I'm re-catching up here. I use Emacs with evil mode, so basically Emacs with Vim bindings. I have nothing against Emacs. I just not sure that I'm smart enough to use it. I'm barely there with Vim. I'm also not a you have to Vim by creed. Obviously, I'm learning Vim because I've done VS Code primarily. So VS Code actually I think VS Code's pretty good. In my career, as far as it's gone, I went from Visual Studio and Windows development to Linux and VS Code. So I'm pretty much a noob at a lot of this stuff, but I'm learning. And I'm trying to do Vim NeoVim kind of the hard way. Like I said, I started with TJ's script, but I'm not doing it with like there's Chad Vim or something like that, where it makes it kind of like an IDE for you. And I'm trying not to do that because I actually want to learn. Kind of going back to my learn to make a database because then you can leverage a database better. I want to actually learn Vim so that I can leverage Vim better. We might go back to VS Code. We might go back to something else. But yeah, I'm trying to learn to make it a real environment and use it. In the early days, I had to use VS Code to fix my NeoVim config. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. I tried Emacs like a year ago. It was very confusing to me. Like, I get it. There's like a server and a client. But for me, like, I just wanted an editor. And so it felt too much for me. I mean, it was too much for me. I think I'm going to plan on using NVChad. The way that I like it right now is because my whole config is here. I'm going to check this in as like my dot files, not for anybody to really use. I mean, they could, but then we can also just like blow it away as well and try something like NVChad to give it a try. One of the things that I was trying to stay away from NVChad is I wanted to use like fuzzy find more because I feel like this is super powerful. But if I had a VS Code file explorer, I might not use it. And I wanted to try to teach my mind to not use the file explorer that I desperately love. I love the file explorer. I can't tell you how much I love the file explorer. I'm not using the file explorer. All right. So here's our database. What we need to do is basically on a new here is we need to build our indexes and we need to actually start. We need to add some structs to actually be our indexes. So we have this over here. Let's not put lines through it. These are what we're going to be making. Holy cow. Oh, cool. I'll have to do that. Yeah, you know what? I think one of the things that I might want eventually is the file explorer, but make it something that I can open on the side eventually, where it's like, yeah, I can't have that because if I have this, I would only use this. So I can't do it right now. But I think that's a good idea, is to just use some of the distributions one of these times and just see if there's things that we like from it. All right. So we have some mutexes, which are interesting. Let's do this. We have the main log file. Now what we need to do is log segments. I don't know why I called this mutex. Like, it is a mutex. I get that it has a read-write lock. I don't know why. So I get this one because it's not actually protecting a value. So if you guys don't remember, we had to protect the Linux file system doesn't protect you from writing on a file. And so if you're writing from multiple threads, you have to protect it yourself. That's what this is. There's maybe some better ways we could do this, but that's that. Yeah. So log segments, we need to start keeping a list of log segments now. NeoTree is nice. Yeah, Rondev, I can't have NeoTree right now. I can't do it. I'm not responsible enough. That's... Okay, so I just thought of something here. I was going to do a hash map here. What did I do? Of string. But I'm not sure. So let's actually do a comment here. Just make it auto hide. I almost had to override. I got so accustomed to doing wquit because for like the last 4 years, I've used Vim to edit a single file, and I always just ended with write quit. I almost had to override WQ to keep me from quitting out of my editor. Yeah. All right, so we're just going to document a little bit of what this is. So this is going to be segment. We're gonna make this dirtier. We're gonna make this dirtier. This itself is going to be a I don't know that I like this. It's going to be a hash map of string. So this is going to be a hash map. This is the segment and the index. Right. Segment and index. I don't like this, but we're going to go with this. Rondev, that's what I'm doing, but I'm taking the easy. You don't understand. I'm lazy. The easier way to demotivate me from using it is to just not install it. It's like 12 key presses to install the plugin at this point. That's what I've done. It's 12 key presses. Okay, so I don't like this. I don't like this. What we're doing here, and the reason I'm not liking this right off the top of my head, I should have thought this through before streaming, is that we have this hash map. We have all the indexes under the same lock. So basically, when you update an index, you have to lock everybody out from reading it. So you're updating a index. Okay, so Rondev, I've tried relative line numbers for the last 2 weeks. You can see it's commented out because we were doing it. It was trippy. It was trippy. I tried to give it time. I never found it useful. I never found it useful. Watch this. I just jumped to 55. People are like, oh, but I know it's 10 lines up. But I'm like, I also know it's line 42, so I could just do 42. I don't understand the argument. But I also know what line it is. So like if you as chat want to say line 54, like you see something on line 54, I don't have to be on it. But if I have relative line numbers, you have to be like, it's 42 and it's 12 lines up. So now you have to do addition to tell me what you see on a line. Whereas now you don't. So I don't think I understand the argument for relative line numbers. And if it's within 5, I can just do 5. Like I don't need the relative line numbers to tell me it's 5 away. It's only for the big jumps. Like, I don't know, I'm up here and I want to go to line 61. The relative line numbers don't really help me. Not any more than just typing line 61. I don't know, am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something, but I gave it a legitimate try. You can check the VODs of the last 2 weeks. Yeah, I learned that like 3 days ago. So Russell, I learned that like 3 days ago, and that's when I turned this off. Okay? That's when I turned this off, when I was like, I could just go to the line number. So like I want to go to 121. I don't even have to know the relative line distance. Yeah, as I don't know. I gave it a try. I gave it a legitimate try. Oh, 44 GG. Wait. What's next? You realize F goes to the next occurrence of the key you press. FH. Ah, nice. Like I said, I'm learning. That's awesome. I like that. All right. Okay, that seems to be a common thing. Like like O creates a new line down in edit, and capital O does one line above. So that makes sense about the capital F. Word jumps. You mean W? Just like going to the next word? Absolutely. Please. Dude, it's been 2 weeks. How much? Nobody's told me about F before. What do you mean not just W? I mean, yeah, you can do like 3W to do 3. I believe... Yeah? I also know hopscotch, where you can put words down. You can do it with numbers too, but you can do it with words, and you can hop through the words. That's word jumping, right? It is not C. So I won't quote you on that because it's not C. But B is going back. Yes, I know that much. I don't know about C though. That did not work well. It just deleted everything. Not C. Let me just reiterate. That's not helping. All right. So I don't like this log segment here. And the reason I don't like this as it is because of how we're locking. We're locking too much stuff. So what I think we need to do... What is the Vim game? I might do it later. I'm not going to do it right now. But I don't know what it is, but I'm happy to do it. I'll do it one stream. I stream on the weekdays in the evenings. I might do it one of those days. It sounds fun. Or maybe the end of this stream. I might do that as the end of this stream. Just have fun, sit and chat, play the Vim game. Maybe I'll do it at the end of a couple streams just to like refocus the relearn the things. That might be good. Okay. It might be like 10, 20 minutes if you know Vim well. I feel like it's going to be a 2-hour game for me. What does C do again? All right, so what I don't like here is the locking. So I'm trying to think about how we do this. So let's do... We basically need two things. We need a way to tie a segment file to a index. You know what, though? Most indexes aren't mutable. So we'll only have read indexes because we're just building. We're not doing the rebuild. This is, we're not doing the lazy load. Lazy load, you've been canceled. Been canceled. So maybe this isn't as bad because we can just have a bunch of read locks. And the only time we'll have to write lock it is when we insert a new index when we create a new one, which will happen, but that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, so we're going to leave it as it is right now because this makes it easy. And we're keeping things easy. So we'll have a hash map of the log segments with the keys, and the value is the index. And then the index is, you know what? Should we do... I don't know. What do you guys think of... I'm trying to think of the concept that I'm trying to do. Where you basically hide a type. So in this case, this would be like, this is a hash map, but instead of doing a hash map of string, we make a type of hash map string, and then we call this, index. We make a new type. I actually forget how to do this off the top of my head in Rust. I don't do it very much. I find type hiding to be gross sometimes, but I think you just do this right here. So we'll do index, and this is a hash map of string. I don't know. Because now we can put a comment here to kind of make this simple, where this is key value. Which, I mean, is kind of dumb because that's like what a hash map is, but this is also what our database does. Key and line number. This is line number specifically. Line number location. E is end of word. And W is next word, which is a little slightly different. Okay, cool. That's nice. Look at that. I can jump between the front and beginning. All right. Okay, so I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like it makes this cleaner. But also when you get into it, it's almost like too much dependency injection when it's like, oh, to actually understand what this is going on. And then inevitably this uses a different type. And so then you're like inception going on. I feel like sparingly. Anything sparingly is fine. And then, yeah. Okay, I did know CIW. I have used CIW. So like going here and doing CIW. Yeah, 100% I did know that. You're just trying. Look, chat trolls me all the time. I get it. Chat was trolling me. You were trying to troll me. I get it. All right. I need to comment this code better. And like, I need to over comment it because it's for educational purpose. Anybody that's joining, looking at this file is going to be wanting to understand what it does. So I need to over comment it. All right. All right, so we have our segments. We are not log segments. Should we call this log segments? No, these are log indexes. And we're going to have to create a new one for this. And this is where we're going to need some function to generate indexes. And this is great because we should be able to write a unit test for this. Not really a unit test because it requires files, but it's fine to have file IO in it. So let indexes equals generate self dot generate indexes. No, we don't want self in here. This is just going to be a utility. Okay. Generate indexes. And we'll need the main log because we'll need to exclude it. So we'll need to know the main log. I don't know if we'll need anything else. We'll just start with this. And then we can add this here. Log indexes equals indexes. Now, I don't know what I hit. Indexes. Now, obviously, the only problem here is we don't have this this file. So let's make it. I think we made like a utility place, but I feel like this is actually very much part of the database. Honestly, this is getting to the place where we probably should move this into its own module, into its own Rust module, and have like not utilities, but like an index module. Let's do that. This is where I so miss this. When like, oh, I want to reorganize some of this stuff. It's like, oh my goodness, that would be helpful. I do have this file explorer, which does enough. Does enough. Shoot, how do I show the available commands? There we go. Control / I want to create so Alt C. There we go. And we're going to create a index we'll just do index.mod.rs, and we're just going to put it all in that. Cool. Then we'll go ahead and add that mod here. No, this is good enough for me for right now. I'll put a tree view in eventually. I will. Probably. I don't know. That's good enough there for me. I just needed to remember the name. Mod index. Was it indexes or did I say index? My goodness. Whoops. I'm going to say indexes because that didn't seem to go well. I screwed something up. It is index. Can't find index.mod.rs. I 100% gave you an index.mod.rs. Index. What did I screw up here? I feel like I screwed something up here without realizing it. Can you tell me how to trigger an LSP restart? I could just close everything and reopen everything. That's acceptable. Oh. Of course, it's LSP restart. That's not something. Oh. There we go. You're right. I screwed it up. Oh. Was it just the LSP? Cool. LSP tab. Oh, cool. Tab completion. Oh, sweet. So this gives me... I didn't realize tab completion worked there. Like I said, I'm a pretty good noob here, so... All right, so back into our main database here. No, that's not actually where we were. We were here in our NullDB. Use index. Actually, I don't have anything to include there yet. So what we want to do is have this file in there, generate indexes. So we can do Control V, Shift yank. All right, I think that worked. And then we're going to jump over into mod.rs index. Here we go. I actually just want to paste that, generate log messages. I believe this is, I think main log is going to be a string. And we're actually going to pass in, you know what, I'm starting to think that type def for index should be here. Because this is like the module for indexes. So if it was going to be defined anywhere, I thought there was a type snippet. Oh, there is a type snippet. There we go. Index. Hash map. String. And we'll need, I always think hash map needs a collection, but is hash map doesn't need a collection to be imported from collections? Maybe not. Yeah, I love it when people give tips too. This stream is designed to help people learn if it can help people learn. It's meant to be some fun too. I try to have some fun, but it is meant to be learning. So if we can learn, we should learn something new. That's kind of my motto is, you know, learn something new. Including myself. I try to. Yeah, and then they troll us too with like, hey, how about you just go to C? And it deletes it. I typed C twice. All right, and then this is going to return, you know, a index. Can this fail? Probably. This can probably fail. We'll come up with it whether it can fail or not. Let's see. We were calling this from NullDB. All right, so indices. We're generating indices. Oh my gosh. Generate those indices. Let's generate some indexes. This is going to be a string. Oh, a hash map is. Okay, I thought it was. Use std collections hash map. All right. So Rundev, you've been auto-modded. Obviously you are bullying people. Sorry about that. Just a fellow noob. Okay. All right. Can I ask why the line number is a string? We don't have a line number. Oh, wait. So let's go back here. Line number shouldn't be a string. You're 100% right. Did I feel like... Yeah. Oh, thank you. Good call out. Good call out. So we can delete this here. And then we need to do... Nope. Another good call out. Another good call out. It can't be negative or... No. It can't be negative. Oh, shoot. I need to... Shoot. I need to go back here. So with a U32, that should give us enough, because basically you have to, this needs to be a large enough number to know that your index or the line number will never exceed what you can store here. You could make the max U32 the line the number of lines that you hold. We're going to be moving off the lines eventually anyways, but oh. No, we're not doing relative line numbers either. All right, good call out. Thanks. Thank you. That's actually some of the stuff. Sometimes some of those things actually crept through into my videos that weren't fixed, because I was just trying to think of the problem and solving the problem and showing people the problem at hand and how it works and things like that. And I wasn't worried about like the data structures. And then I let slip through some data structures, and it's like, is it a big deal? Probably not, but I would prefer to have better thought out data structures. So, yeah. It's okay. We all net it out sometimes. All right. Okay, so we need to generate these, but what we need is to get all of the segment files. So at this point in the thing, we're not multi-threaded, we're not serving anything yet, and we need to generate all the indexes. So we already have a function to do, or we already have a function to get all of the segments in utils. Get all files in dir, not that one, not that one, not that one, not. Do we actually have it or do we not? I thought we did. How else are we doing it? Does get all files in dir get only 1 second? This is getting all of them that match our extension. So this is actually it. It's just named poorly. It's just named. It's not all files. It's all files in directory that match the segment. That's one thing that maybe NVChad solves. I don't know how to rename the symbol. I never figured that out. I'm sure that's an LSP thing, but I don't have that yet. I need to figure that out. Yeah, I need to figure that out. All right, so let's see. You guys are behind the magic of the YouTube videos. It's obviously way way less exciting than the YouTube videos. That man has it all figured out. He just flies through the YouTube video. I guarantee you, almost every person that makes a YouTube video that does something like this, unless if they've just done it, like if I've done a hash set index just last month, maybe, but I haven't. We get all files in dir, so this would be utils. Let's see. Let segments equals this. It takes a string and a string. What strings did it take? It took the path and the extent. Oh, another thing. How do I find references? GR worked. Nice call out. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. Okay, so this is all I'm doing is I'm passing the extension. Okay. Okay. Yeah, GD does go to definition. Okay. Let me just yank that. And then we'll just jump back. We're just going to failed to resolve the use utils. That's fine. Do I have a importing error, a module error? I might. Let's look that up. So that we did the mod index there. So that's working. So we should be able to, since this is a derivative. No. 1 second. It should be use create. Okay. Oh, I screwed this up. This is an underscore. My bad. There we go. I fixed it. And now we can remove this. We did not import this. So we can just do... That's in the utils, right? I believe it is. All right, cool. Rust Analyzer will handle the rename. So I just need to do a Rust Analyzer command. I need to like set one up. Right, it's not a rename in this buffer. It's a rename across buffers. Richard! It's nice to see you. Thanks for the follow. And there is your personalized AI generated. I say AI generated because sometimes it makes up some crazy stuff and it knows nothing about you and will make up information about you. But yeah, it's custom just for you. Nobody else gets that specific welcome message. I don't know if I can help you, Richard, but you can ask, and we have an entire community of people. And so far, the community is fantastic, and generally is very helpful. So we have our log segments here. Now we need to make an index file for each one of them. So let's just do this in a loop. Let's just keep it easy. I don't know that I have a Rust Analyzer keybind. I might. You know, it could just be like, could I do Rust? I don't have a Rust Analyzer there, so I don't know. It's okay. We'll keep it get all files in dir, which I guess it makes sense with that it asks for a segment. So like, because it's asking for this segment here, it doesn't feel too bad because obviously it's filtering on an extension that you're wanting. But maybe we should rename the function in the future. All right. So if we have all the files, what we can do then is we actually don't need to go over them in order. We don't actually care. We're not adding or deleting. So we're only reading. No, we do care about order. Never mind. We still care about order because we only want the latest one in the index. Now there's two ways to do this. We could go this direction and only add the first time we find something, or we could go the oldest forward and just add everything and overwrite. I think that's the easier way to comprehend it, and it keeps the loop simple. You don't have to check and then overwrite. All you do is you just overwrite. You go oldest to newest, and every time you find a thing, you overwrite. I think that keeps it simple. So I think that's what we're doing. I think we'll just go oldest to newest. Okay, so let's get our mapper. Well, Richard, I am notoriously bad at predicting the future. So, you know, cybersecurity and IT are both fantastic jobs if you like that work. You know, if I'm going to give you career advice, my career advice is find something that you like because it's easier to keep doing. I'm not an altruistic person who says everybody that does programming has to love it and has to do it on the weekend and has to just think about code every single day. I'm not a person like that. But if I'm giving you career advice, my career advice is that you should love it to a certain amount, because it's going to make it easier, because you're going to have rough times. There's going to be times that you hate your job, that you hate the people that you work with, that you hate the situation you're in. You know, there's going to be times that happens. And it's easier if you like your job. It's easier if you like your job. So my recommendation would be find something that you enjoy. And it doesn't even mean that you're going to enjoy your job at all times. My job at all times isn't just having fun like I do on stream, writing the code that I want to write. There's a lot of times where it's like, no, this is what needs done for a business reason, for whatnot. And so even if you enjoy the job, it can be difficult to enjoy it all the time. So. Cybersecurity is harder to get a job in, as far as I can tell. You know, I don't know. I've never tried to get a direct cybersecurity. I can't tell you. It might be difficult. Not sure. You're also asking us to predict 4 years in the future. Let's try it. Let's try it. We're going to do it right now. And if it breaks everything, it's your fault, Rondev. Do I have to put the name in the function here? You're welcome, Richard. I know it's maybe not the what you want, and I would also warn you, there are people who will tell you like exactly what to do, and I shy away from that. It could work out for you. It could not, though. And the thing is, everybody is unique. Your situation is unique. My situation is unique. And so I like to tell things that help people make the decision, not to tell them the decision to make, but tell them things to think about when making the decision. And I think that's what you should do. Seek a bunch of people's advice, but try to glean the questions to ask yourself when making those decisions. Oh, I did. I see what you're saying, Lap. I got it. Okay. So we need to put a new name in here. So get all files by extension. So just like that. Does that look good, Rundev? Oh, it's asking me the new name now. Okay. It didn't do anything. One of us was reading docs. The other was following the instructions. Okay. That's all I know. Okay, so let me try this one more time. Lua vim.lsp.buff.rename get all files by ext. So this is weird because this is telling me like get all files in directory, a similar name in the module exists. It did rename it though. Maybe I just need to restart the LSP after that. LSP restart. Nice, nice. So in my Lua script, what I need to do is over here, what I need to do, let me find where I've been doing a lot of these keybinds. So in the keybind, here we go. We're going to do RN for rename. I could have deleted this better, but we'll just do this. So we're going to do Lua, and then this was the vim.lsp.buffer. Well, it was buffer.rename, I think. Rename. And we're going to just try that. But what I was thinking is we really need to do like two things almost. Kind of like, can I do like an and in here? Is this going to work? And LSP. Can I do the restart? Is that acceptable? I feel like I have to like execute it in Vim. I feel like I actually have to do like vim.lsp.restart or something. Um. Oh, okay, okay. So I need to do command. Oh, I didn't mean to delete that. CR. So I just need to do like another CR here, another command. Like that. So whenever we do a rename, we'll just restart the LSP. It seemed to not like it. We'll need to get out of this though. Oh wait. No right since the last change. What is this telling me? Okay. No right since the last change for buffer. Okay, so just write it. Okay. WQAL exclamation. That sounds like exactly what I need. WQA exclamation point. I had problems with just WQ. Now I've got a more powerful one. That's amazing. That's probably pretty dangerous for a person like me to have. Mr. Software, I didn't get to say thank you for the follow. Thank you. Hopefully you got to see your AI generated message and you enjoyed it. It was written just for you. Just for you. What did I not correct? I thought... Oh, wait, what? It should work if you do the command LSP. Correct the function from your buffer to buff, though. Oh. I didn't realize... Okay. So when you said correct the command and then wrote WQA exclamation point, I thought you were saying correct my write and quit command instead of doing each individually. That's what I thought, okay? In my defense, I did actually read it. I just got confused. I just not that smart. Oh yeah, good point. The description. Rename. Oh, you know what? 1 second. I want to try something. F goes to the next thing under the cursor, right? No. Or the next. I type it. Okay, so I could do Control V, right? And then F this to up. Beautiful. Awesome. And then I can just cool. Okay. I think I need to do it inside of the things, but that's a work in progress. Try CI. CI doesn't do anything for me. Oh, I missed it. CI quote. Oh. 1 second, 1 second. Let me undo that. Can I start it in the middle and do that? CI quotes. Oh, that's nice. That. Ron Dev, MVP. For this time. This time. You got to earn it each time, though. Okay, let me type this. Rename under curse. All right. There we go. Just the nuclear option. Database source. I don't know that I fully comprehend what you're saying, Ron Dev, right now, but I will. Oh, right. So you can like delete anything inside the curly braces and start editing and whatnot. That makes sense. So what do we do here? We're generating the index. Oh, you know what? We actually want to try to do our rename. Let's try this because rename, new name is 2. Cool. I don't know why I quit out. Honestly. I'm not sure why I quit out on that one, but let's go to GD. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay. That worked. Cool. Let's change it back. And then in theory, we can go here and it's already updated. Nice. Awesome. Okay, so back to the problem at hand. Database indexes. We actually have, let's go back here. We actually have a function that this segment generation mapper. Oh, I think we did stuff that we didn't need to do. So this does everything above for us. My bad. It gets the line files as well if you give it to the extension. Okay. We should have used this. I didn't remember. It's okay. We didn't waste too much. Let's segments. I keep hitting tab because I think tab's going to complete it instead of enter. That's something that VS Code has ruined for me. All right. And this is going to have a anyhow result. So you know what we're going to do since this can fail? We're going to make this an anyhow. Of type index. And then All right, wait. Rondev, is there a better way to delete everything from the cursor now to the end of line? Because what I was going to do is Control V and then Shift 4 and then delete. But I feel like C is maybe the better way of doing that. $. Oh, okay. I'm just an idiot. Makes sense. That actually makes sense. I could have thought of that. But I didn't. All right. So C $ would have deleted and inserted, which would have been cool. I mean, like that's also a valid a valid I don't know why this is. Why is this saying a? Why is this saying a struct with a similar name exists hash map, and it's saying this is an unused import? It seems to be getting confused a lot. Maybe it was just because of the errors. Maybe if I had fixed the errors, it would have gotten... you know what? We're going to return an error for right now. No. Let's just power through. Maybe it's just complaining because it's maybe it's just upset because it's because of this error. Okay. Let's see. We want to... We're just going to yank this. We're not going to copy all of it. And maybe we can pull some common functionality out. So that's what we'll need to look for while doing this. All right. All right, so let's read through this and understand. So basically what we want to do is we want to insert into this index. We want to make a hash map of, let's see. Oh, well, we're not actually, this is not generating a index. This is creating a hash map of indexes, right? So our whole thing here is that we're going to have a hash map of log segments that have indexes. So we're generating a hash map of string indexes. Right? We're creating one for each. We're creating one index mapping per file. Okay. So that makes sense. So what we can do here is we'll go ahead and create a new hash map. Let indexes equals all right. So then at the end of this, if everything has gone well, we will return indexes. Okay. All right, so for each segment, we're going to create a new hash map or a new index, and we're going to store it in here using the name as the thing. So I think there's some stuff that we might be able to consolidate. We'll see. We'll see if we can consolidate with reading. Because there feels like there's some copied code here. I mean, obviously I copied a lot of it, but how it's going to relate. So let's step through each step here. All right, so we get the generations, which is what we're doing here. Except we didn't call it the generation mapper. We called it segments. Do we rename this? Do we rename it? Yeah, this is the generation mapper. Okay. If you guys remember what this generation mapper is it's mapping if you remember, our files have generations. This is generation 2, this is, generation 0, generation 1, whatever. This is how we do our compacting, how the compaction happens, and how we keep track of what value is older or newer. And if that doesn't make sense, I did make a video on it. Put a lot of work into it, so go watch that video if it doesn't make sense. But that's what this is doing, is we're trying to make a hierarchical of what file is older or newer. That's what that's doing. I think this should actually be above this. Just makes sense in my mind. So we're then sorting this generation mapper. Unstable sort. If you guys are interested in sorting, we can talk about sorting mechanisms, but this unstable sort is faster than stable sort. The only thing that this does when I say it could reorder same values, if you could have multiple of the same values, which we can't, so it doesn't actually affect us at all. If you had, these were your values, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, and 3. I actually put them in sorted order. Let me resort these. All right. And when it went to resort these, it could put this 2 here and this 2 here. They would all still be in order, but the orders of the same values would have changed. Is the basic idea there, which doesn't affect us. I don't know if this is a valuable comment. So let's just delete that. sometimes it does matter. Sometimes it does matter. Also, I say unstable sort is faster, but it's generally faster. It can be faster a lot of the time. There are cases where it's not faster, but it's never worse. So I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't think it can be. All right. So we're missing a resource here. So what is this doing? Where? I'm confused. Why? Oh, maybe I haven't written it. Oh, I was like that error doesn't make sense to me because like it's defined here. I just hadn't written the buffer. Okay. My bad. So let's see, get the mutable vector. So here we're just sorting. Here we're getting the iterator for our generations. What is wrong here? Oh, we don't have self here. And we don't actually have this mutex on here, so we don't need to do this. Anywhere where we need the main log file, that was passed in here, so we don't need that. So here we'll just do main log. Oh, wait. It's CIW. Yes, CIW. Main log. Beautiful. Awesome. Okay. So we're opening it for read here. We actually don't need to do any locking here, which sounds weird, but if we are doing this single threaded, building this index, we don't have to worry about any locking. The database isn't doing anything. We haven't started compaction. We haven't started anything. None of this. This is generating all the indexes. This is that startup. Now, we could talk about multi-threading that if we wanted to. I don't think that's ever something we really want to do, where we could actually shard off what you can do to make this a little more efficient and multi-threaded is basically spin up a thread for each file and have that each thread handle generating an index for that file. We still don't have to worry about indexes because each thread is getting its own file, but that adds a lot of stuff. And I might make a comment of that in the video. Like you could do that pretty easily. We're just not going to. So that would be an easy way to multi-thread this startup, which could make it start much faster because this indexing isn't going to be quick if you have a large database. So, and if we want to do that, we could do that in a separate video, I think. We're just going to keep it simple for right now. 200 tabs deep in researching Emacs stuff. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. All right. So we're gonna open this and read this, and this is basically we don't need this. We're not actually going to check if there's anything in that file, and we don't need this either. Nice, dude. All right. So what we're going to do is, instead of inverse reading, we're going to actually read first to last, because the file's oldest contents are the first lines and the newest contents are the last lines. Remember, because it's a log, we insert data at the end. So, okay, we need to use std fs, and then I think here is the open options in here. Yeah, cool. Import that. Awesome. Cannot mutate immutable. Okay, let's make this mutable. I mean, that's what I'm still doing with mine. It's just setting up keybinds. I'm like lazy loading keybinds. We set up a keybind whenever I need a keybind. That's needs setup. All right. So we have our file. And can we just I don't know how I want to do this. So like this is going to inverse check. But I did it like this. But I don't need this reader. And this has overhead to it. I can read straightforward, but I don't know that I've done that. And I don't know that I know how to do that off the top of my head. Let's see. Let's see if we can't. Let's see if we can't just hack it out. If we can't, we'll just look up an example. We'll just try to do the same sum line equals file.lines. Is there like a lines? Yeah, this is where I don't know. Let's I don't think I've done this. I've only read lines backwards. Rust read file line by line. Oh, okay. I got it. Cool. We will take this though. So we'll delete this. And then we'll just I deleted that. Oh, I deleted it, so that's let's see. All right. So now we'll get all the lines, and now we can basically just build our index off of them. Pretty easy. Let's okay, let's finish the imports up here. I think that's in there. It's in it's in IO. My bad. You know what? undo, undo, undo. Oh, I said buff read instead of buff reader. There we go. We might need to include the prelude because so lines could be implemented not in that buff reader. So that's one thing to check if you're in Rust. Yeah. So lines was implemented in that. Cool. All right. So honestly, in this while some path file reader, we can do just a little let index equals index new. Okay, so we have our string U32. Do we need to keep a counter here? I know that I don't have to. I'm going to post this just for anybody. So if you guys want to follow along and a little confused as where we are creating a database. Link there is in the chat to what we've done prior to this. So if you're wanting to like catch up to where we're at, you can do that. I will make a video for this, but you can also just watch the VOD as well. And yeah. Go for it. So let's I guess shoot for let mute line num equals 0. Do we want to change this? This seems gross, but that feels gross. Let's see. Okay, so if we read a line, then really all we have to do is index. Why can't I? What is our index type? Yeah, it's a type of hash map, so I should just be able to insert into it, right? But it's not a mutable one, so I can't, can I? It's not mutable, is it? No, it's not. So now, oh, okay. Wait, which there is the insert is only going to work. I need replace, right? Because index, yeah. Anyways, insert is only going to work if it doesn't already exist, and we just want to stomp on it if it already exists. Replace line number and line. That's it. I believe it's replace. I think my LSP is broken though. I think my LSP is still broken. Not letting me go to the definition of this. Which is this right here. Which is this. Took me to this. So yeah, we can see here that insert. Oh, maybe insert replaces. Sets the value of the entry and returns the entry's old value. Okay. So maybe I didn't need to. Oh, is replace behind a feature flag? I think I used replace. I'm trying to remember where I used it. Let's look through here. Yeah, I used replace here. Interesting, interesting. I don't think I put a feature flag. Yeah. Oh, you're right. It's a hash set, not a hash map. I'm sorry. I just crossed wires. I am sorry. Okay. Everything is making more sense to me now. That took an embarrassing long time for me to... Well, it took you, Russell. Thank you. All right. My goodness. Ron Dev, Raid Shadow Legend wants to sponsor you. That's cool. What do you do? Do you have a YouTube? Or on Twitch? From Stream Elements. Oh. Cool. I don't know what Stream Elements is, but that's awesome. Moving up in the world. You know you must be good if stream Shadow Legends. I've heard they're picky. You know, they'll only work with the best streamers. Oh man, you got to roll your own if you're a software dev. Can't use a third party. All right. So we'll just do insert. Because it's the set that causes it to fail. This should replace on a hash map. All right. Let's see. I screwed some stuff up here. This is not a mutable hash map. All right. So once we build an index successfully, we then just need to insert it. We need to insert it. That's when you sort and insert at the same time. Insorting. It's fantastic. Solves a lot of problems. So the key is going to be the file name. And the value is going to be this new index that we just created. Feel like something very wrong is we have one error. We have one error, and I have a key combo to go to the next error. Is it NE? Is it any next error? NE. There we go. Oh, nice. Cannot find hash map in this scope. It's capital. This has been my whole thing. I've looked over this entire time, and I didn't capitalize the map. Insort sounds amazing. Oh yeah, insort does sound amazing. That's the new thing that's coming. It's hot. It's the hot new sorting algorithm that you need to know for your next interview. If you don't know the insort algorithm, you're never going to pass. You're never going to be a software engineer ever, anywhere. You need to know insorting. Expected this to be... Consider using a semicolon here. Thank you. No, I don't think so. Oh, actually, it's true. it is true. The line number is the value. That's where we're gonna read. Okay. Good call. I was just testing it. I was just testing if it would catch it. It caught it. It caught it. Nice. You know, sometimes I like to test the LSP, see how well those developers are doing. I don't know what functional org mode is. So I'm going to say no. And I don't mean I don't know what it is. I mean, how dare you think I would use functional org mode? I can't stand developers that use functional org mode. Gosh. All right. Is this good? Is this good to run? Is this golden? Is that what is this gonna work? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We have a few things, but those are in the main. Let's go here. We removed some of the stuff. Oh, not from here. Not from here, actually. Never mind. It's in here. Yeah. So index is now from use utils. We're just going to be lazy and use, not utils, my goodness, index. Yes, you did expect a semicolon. And yes, I need to use the crate, don't I? I got it. Unused import. No, it's not unused. It's... Oh, 1 second. 1 second. Nope. You know what we didn't do? There we go. Now it's used. Now we find index. Beautiful. Okay, so purple is actually an error. I guess there's red and purple here. This is a generate index. There we go. Mismatched type here. Oh, we need to... This is generating the index, but not the lock. So let's actually do... We'll just do it right here. We'll just do it right here. Read, write, lock on... let's do new here. No, that's not... What did we do wrong here? Oh, this returns an error. Oh, gosh. Okay, never mind. Undoing that. No. Redoing that. Why did I undo that? Why did I undo that? I don't know how to redo. U is undo. Y is redo? What's redo? Ah, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. We're gonna just do that right there. Oh, but this is not a thing that can fail. Creating the new. Should we make this failable, or should we consume this? Yeah, I think creating the database should be failable. This is going to be an option. So this basically means our database can fail to start if it can't generate the indexes, which is fine. If it can't generate the indexes, we're going to predicate our database on those existing. It's not going to work like it used to work. It's going to use the indexes. So, okay, cool. Okay, so now we can go back. Is it still the last buffer? No, it's not. No, it's not. Main. So, okay, this returns a stdio error. So we can't do the question mark because there's no direct conversion. That's fine. We'll just handle it. If no, not an if let else. Let null some okay null db else. We're just gonna panic. All right. All right. Cool. So that deals with that. On startup, it's going to shut down. We have our main log segment. We're passing our main log segment in here, so it doesn't get indexed, which is fine. On startup, we create a new log. We're keeping it simple. We're keeping it easy. Awesome. Let's see if this builds. Not quite, but closer. Oh, value used here after move. We're just going to copy it. It's fine. Wait a second. Oh, okay. Why isn't it showing up here? Is the Rust LSP just... Is the Rust LSP just dying on me a bunch? Wait. This is in, Oh, wait. No. Okay, it's not here. It's in the index. My bad. Wait. It's not I should have just read the file that it's telling me. I don't think you should be restarting the LSP so much. I'm doing something wrong. I get it. Okay, so let's started to not trust it. After renaming didn't work, I guess that was the thing that kind of made me not trust it. But it was actually me here, null_db. It's right here. We'll just clone it for right now. I do feel like it's a symptom of another issue. Now, maybe it's one that I've created. I think one of the times that I was doing it, it was because the LSP was legitimately just confused because of other errors. And so maybe that one was that. Maybe that's on me, and maybe that's been it. Okay, cannot find index in this scope. Okay, that is in... Wait. Why can't it find... Cannot find the type index in this scope. But it's right here. Create index star. I got the star. It's right here. Public type index. Ron Dev, nice. I realize this isn't being used. Let's just go on to the next error. Cannot find function, generate indices. So these are old errors. This is when I had the spelling mistake and it didn't have the X, but I have the X. And there must be something going on with it. I don't think that this is real. Yeah, it wasn't even real. I've never had this problem with Rust in VS Code. No, I've done a lot of in VS Code. Like, let's open it up right now and see. But like, it's legitimately building and running. And here it's saying that we have two errors that are like not even remotely real. Like, they're old errors. Let's null_db. Yeah, I guess this is getting reinitialized. But I feel like I've worked with Rust in this for a long time. I've never had this many times of needing to restart. In fact, it's not even fixing it. It's not even fixing it. It still says cannot find index in this scope. If you notice, it has error 2 here. Something's wrong. Okay, Rundev, I wasn't saying I haven't had problems in VS Code. I have. I've not had it to this extent. This extent is a little... Let me try just getting out of it. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. Because I don't know. I'm sure I'm doing something wrong. I'll have to, there, it's clean. Huh. Screwing something up with NeoVim. I doubt it's a NeoVim thing. It has to be how I have it configured. Oh yeah, Google is your friend. Google is 100% your friend in this. I might even try to use a ChatGPT. See if But yeah, restarting the LSP didn't even work, which is interesting because I would have assumed restarting the LSP is the same as reloading the project. Huh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. So we have indexes. Awesome. This is awesome. Actually, do you know what? I don't know that I use any. I don't know what I use for Rust. I initially set it up for Go. So like, my first thing that I did on here was Go. So I set up Go pools. Let's see, Rust Analyzer. Yeah. Dutch, good to see you. How are you doing? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Some of us need more beauty sleep than others. Some of us just are born beautiful. Others need the extra sleep. Some of us just live on the East Coast. But you know, I'll go with the beauty sleep idea there. So for those of you just starting, I'm going to post the link again. I'm trying to get good at this for episodes like this. We kind of covered the idea of indexes in databases. We had some questions. Feel free to ask follow-up questions on Discord, because like I said, I'm going to make a YouTube video on it in the next month. So, and now we're just getting into some of the code on the theory that we went behind here. So watch the VOD, ask questions. I'm going to then do some animations for the VOD. So we'll work on that. We're probably going to do something like this, but animated. So that will be fun. Rundev, you'll have to get used to it. My chat picks on me, so I have to pick back just a little bit. Dutch and Russell are some of the longest term supporters of the live streaming, and Russell's been there for just the YouTube too. So yeah. Dutch, you throw shade. It doesn't need to be just Rust. You should have just learned. Oh, fantastic. Okay. So we have our log indexes, and we don't use them, in theory. All right. Now, all we have to do... Rust are unemployed? No, they just all work for crypto. They just all work for crypto. All right, so our previous way of reading was going through each log segment files and just finding the newest one. So we can do the same thing. What we need to do, though, is just access the log indexes and search for the index. And that's all. And if it doesn't exist, we can just move on. And we never have to do a file read then. So that's pretty cool. So let's go look at where we read from memory. So let's see, delete record, get value for key. So this is where we're doing our reading. So like we already said, we already have the main log file in memory. So it's already indexed with a hash map. So we don't have to do anything for that, which is good. Solid. Oh boy. Oh boy. See, chat's throwing shade. You can't get onto me for throwing a little shade back. Can't get onto me for throwing just a little shade. All right, so we're doing our generation mappers. Now, this is the thing that we don't need to do anymore because we have, actually, we need to go through our indexes in the right order. So we still need to do all of this. We still need to do all of this because we need to go through the files in the right order. We just access the indexes. So instead of this right here, let's see, up here, this is where we actually open the file. We don't open the file, not yet at least. Let's put that down for a little while. We need to find out if it's in there. So check index for value. And so then we can do that here. Rust is for the sword. So Rondev, what do you do on Twitch? Tell us what you do on Twitch. Self-promote just a little. You get all the captive audience of all 6 of my current viewers. So, you know, it's a big shout out. Actually, you can do this. I learned this. Somebody did this to me. You can do this little shout out here. I have no idea what Rondev does, but I just gave him a shout out because he seems knowledgeable. It's been good to have you here too. So go check out Rondev's stream. And tell us what you do. You do Rust? I do Rust and Go. I'm a variety streamer. That's what they call variety streamers when they do 2 languages. Dutch is very much in the Go field. Russell's in the Rust. Dutch plays Rust but doesn't code Rust. Oh, and Lua. We're part-time Lua devs. I feel like everybody's going to become part-time Lua devs. I like the idea of configuration as Lua. Correct me if I'm wrong. I like the idea. If Kubernetes had Lua manifest files, I feel like that would be horrifying and amazing and magical at the same time. All I do is configure it and never use it. That's why we're doing the lazy configuration. We are using it and configuring it as we use it. That's the idea. All right, so we need to get our indexes. So let's index. That's why I said awesome and horrifying at the same time. Like, I say it, and I think that I would want it. I think that it would be awesome. I think we'd have to rethink how you write Kubernetes manifest files, though. Like, as it is right now, I think it would be terrible. But I think we could rethink it and make it awesome. But I just don't know off the top of my head. We should all just stick to ini files. I actually think ini files get more hate than they should. I think ini files get more hate than they should. Oh, we don't need write. We just need read. So, Dutch, before you say YAML's the worst, I need you to define whether it's YAML 1.0 or YAML 1.1, because, you know, I have distinctly different feelings about each one. And the fact that they're so breaking is maybe my first thing, because it should have been YAML 2 instead of YAML 1.1. But we can get into how YAML sucks. I'm sure you understand these differences. They're the worst. All right, we got our indexes. So let index equals log indexes. Get, and this is going to be path. One dot wants to make me puke. And 1.1 makes me want to redo step 1. Okay, that's a fantastic take, Rondev of YAML. If you're going to help parsing my config because I put a tab wrong. All right. So let's see. We're just going to get at the path. Let's do that. It's an option. Shoot. It's an option. Okay, so actually this is good, because basically oh no. This is just getting the index. Okay. If there's no index for a file, we need to index it. But I don't know that we want to do that right now. We're assuming that there's an index for everything. I think we're going to write a panic here. If there's not an index for a log segment, we should panic for right now. We've started talking about. I don't know that I support this. Can't have this much cursing in the chat. All right. So we have our index. I can't type. As bad as Russell today. Index not found for log. segment. It's not here that they want. It's here. Oh yeah, let's we're just gonna clone it. Not the best, but it should. Wait. Why is it saying continue? Consider borrowing path. What did I do wrong here? I'm going to ignore this for right now. Maybe it's just wrong. Let's see. This is more concerning. Cannot be sent between threads safely. I can't read the rest of that error. But if we go to next error, it should next error should give us full readout. Yeah, there we go. The trait set, we're not using this across threads though. Okay, I missed chat. I do believe that Russell is one second. Okay, let me go back. What is this? It's insult chat mode that's going on, Mr. Streamer. I'm sorry. I love you guys. You know that. I'm trying to stand up for myself. You only use 2 spaces when your code is massively nested. I'll react photos. Okay. I've walked into this. There's a block. It doesn't work well when if Barrett reads it out though. I do read out some of them. All right. Let's see. Why does it think we're doing this over a thread though? This is interesting. This doesn't change threads, right? This doesn't change threads. Required for anyhow error. Oh, wait. It might be the 1 second. We don't want the question mark. The question mark was dumb. The question mark was dumb. Can we just, because read is going to give us a lock result. I got it. And this is okay. Sorry. What did I hit? Okay, yeah, let's do it this way. I like that way. Oh gosh, what did I do? What did I do? You guys are having a chat. I can't follow that edge code at the same time. You guys are all... Chat has left the stadium, guys. Chat has left the stadium. Okay. Okay, so we're panicking here. This is why I don't insult you guys. I insult you all, and then you guys just go wild. It's like, don't feed the animals. This is why people are told not to feed the animals. Good luck getting images working here. I guess I've never really thought about that from a code editor perspective. Like, oh, if only I could get images. You know? That's never been my big selling feature. It's like, what if I could have a GIF as a variable name? Do I really want a GIF as a variable name? Probably not. Probably not. That's just me. You do you. Imagine if you could properly document things. You mean like a comment? But okay, so documentation in my code is separate from documentation to a user. And I think those two should be kept separate. Like an end user. I don't want to have end user documentation with pretty pictures in my code. Right? I mean, it can be in the same code base, sure, but like in my code, I don't know. Oh gosh, it sounds like the everything app. You should, Rondev, you should talk to Elon. I heard that he's looking for developers to create his everything app. Sounds like it's already Emacs. You should just, that's what I need to tweet. That's what I'm tweeting that now. Elon Musk, I'm tweeting at Elon Musk. You don't need to create the everything app. Emacs already exists. 1 second. Was I at Elon? You don't need to create the... Elon Musk hates me, by the way, because I just text him garbage. Everything app because Emacs already exists. There we go. Elon Musk has probably banned me, blocked me. I don't know what it's called. I don't really tweet a whole lot, except when I'm tweeting garbage at Elon Musk. All right. What are we doing here? Okay, so we have, if this is intentional, prefix it with an underscore. Well, we just haven't used it yet. Okay. So we have our index. We've gotten our index. And now we can check it if our file exists there. Let some line number equals index dot get so index dot get value. Oh, no. Value. I don't know what I was thinking of. Key. My goodness. All right. I should borrow it. I get it. Stop. All right. So, let's see. So then we have our line number. What is the status of ethical dogfighting? That requires Elon Musk to have not blocked me on X. But because he has, I don't know how I'm going to get investors to do ethical dogfighting. All right. I know. It's like I should stop tweeting garbage at him on a day-to-day basis. Oh no. Wait. Should we Indiegogo it? Is that how you do it? You just get everybody to pay for it, something that doesn't exist yet? So, Rondev, you don't know what ethical dogfighting is. You haven't stepped into the breadth of ethical dogfighting and ethical gambling, because that's basically what we're going to pioneer. Revolutionizing dogfighting to its core. Yeah. I need to know how to read a line. Oh, no. You don't... Boston Dynamics spot. So basically, the idea was that everybody would... The contestants would buy a Boston Dynamics spot dog and fight it against another Boston Dynamics spot dog to the death. That's why it's ethical dogfighting. It's like Robo Wars, except there are no wheels. No wheels and no human controller. The only requirement is a kill button that like stops the dog dead in its tracks. That's it. Everything else has to be AI. We're teaching the robots how to revolt while we do it. I say AI, but like programming the dog to do things. I want to read a specific line. I don't want to, let's see. Here we pass the ownership of file into a buffer reader struct. Buffer reader uses an internal buffer to reduce immediate. We also read lines to return an iterator of allocating new string. I want to read a specific line. Byte GPT. Well, true fight. That's right. I haven't written a bunch of bugs live on stream in front of you guys. Retroactively delete that Git history. If our memories were only like Git logs where we can force push. Oh. They were features. You're right. You're right, Dutch. They were features, not bugs. So can we just do this here instead of this here? So in theory, we have the line number that we want to read from here. And so instead of checking the file, we don't need to check the file anymore. We just need to go, we can delete all of this garbage. You know, this was searching through. Instead of doing that, we'll just delete this. What we need to do is we know the line number and the file. So we're going to open the file and then read the specific line, which is, I don't know how to do that, but we're just going to do this. We're just going to do the buffer reader with the file. I believe this lines gives an iterator, which is not what we want. We don't want an iterator. We want to read a specific line. I want to read a specific line and assign it to a variable, line 2. I don't want to iterate over the lines. Is there no way? I guess I'd have to know a byte offset. I guess to do this for real, I'd have to open the raw file and know a base, like a byte offset, right? Do you guys know off the top of your heads? Oh, I have a video on this. Mm-hmm. It's part of the database file. See, I think I can seek, but I need it in bytes. Well, that's what I'm saying, Dutch. I know that they don't. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do this. So either we can update our index to not be line-based and be bytes-based. Or we can just iterate over the lines for right now. which it's fine. That should be fairly short, right? I just wanted to read a specific line. But that's okay. I think the answer is don't do that. Or should we just go straight to making the offset a set of bytes? We're going to do it by line, and then maybe next week we update the offset to be bytes, because I think that's the real way to do it. So maybe we'll just do that. We need to create a byte buffer. It's a buff reader. Let's see. We have the buff reader here. We also want the prelude, right? So let's throw in. Figure out if you need an even or odd line. So this is the problem. I can go straight to the line. That's not a problem, except that I have an iterator, which doesn't allow me to jump to a line. So I have to just walk over it X number of times, right? I don't know of a way in Rust to jump past skip one. Maybe there is. Let's Google that. Rust iterator skip 5. Because I know the line number. But I mean, this isn't actually skipping one. Like this is just doing a continue on them, like I would do. So I don't know that I agree with you guys. I can go to the nth? How? Tell me how I do it, and I'll do it. 100%. Sweet. Sweet. I have never done this. Then we can. This is what I was asking for. There we go. Awesome. My Google search sucked. Awesome. So then we don't have to skip by 2. I can just go to the line. You guys were telling me I couldn't do that. That's what I was literally asking. What? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Cool. So then yes, we can do this. I got confused with what I was reading from you guys. because we know the line number. We don't have to search. That's what I was trying to ask, if we could just go to the line number, and you guys were like, no, you can't do that. Yo mama, welcome. How are you? So I guess I was getting confused with what you guys were saying. My bad. Because our index, this here contains the line number, right? So there is no guessing. We know exactly what line we want. I was getting confused. Sorry. Okay. So I guess we'll just do this. We'll forget that ever happened. Okay, so we have our buffer reader, right? And now with our buffer reader we can call lines. Buffer. It's lines, right? That's the function on it, which is going to get our iterator. Use struct literal instead. Wait, what is it? What is it asking for here? Oh, I'm didn't do this. New. I want a new one. There we go. All right. Then we get our lines. And then we can really just do let value equal the iterator dot I don't know why I was taking your advice, Dutch. I don't know. Which one? We're just doing nth, right? Nth? I think we're just doing nth because we have the line number. We have a 0 index line number. That should be the correct thing. We'll test it. Arguments to this value are incorrect. Let's read nth. Nth is self and usize. Oh, it's a usize. It's a usize. Awesome. And we have a u. We have a should we just make that a usize? I feel like we should just make it a usize because I feel like it won't affect anything else, and then we won't have to go back and forth. And we can just do as usize there because it's a U32, right? It's this right here. I have been using it for a week now. I've been learning. I've legitimately tried to learn to use it and like actually leverage it. So let's see. Method defined here. We are as an option of self item. Okay. Cool. So we'll just do if let some value equals this, else We're gonna panic because if it's indexed, it should be there. In theory, there's ways to handle misses if you're wanting to be a little more lenient. We are not such a database. It's Control O is to go back, and Control 6 is to flip between the last two buffers. Look at me sharing my knowledge. Oh, did not close this. There we go. Also did not add that. I don't know what I hit. I hit something. It took me somewhere random. Where am I? What did... Oh, okay, here we go. Togglebit! How are you doing? Absolute legend. There's your raid. In the realm of Togglebit, 117 valiant heroes gathered, their spirits ablazed, but forces of chaos loomed. That's dangerous. Chaos. Threatening peace. A desperate plea echoed from afar, caught by the null party's ears. Both bands sworn... I guess we were sworn adversaries, Togglebit. I guess we're sworn adversaries. The AI says it. It must be true. Modprog, go and make some dinner. Have fun. See you later, Togglebit. It's good to see you. That is a huge amount of viewers. I cannot express my thanks, Togglebit. That is a lot of people. Welcome. I'm not nearly as versed in streaming as your Togglebit, but thanks for the raid, dude. And welcome everyone. If you don't know what we're doing here, neither do we. To be honest, we are doing some Rust right now. We're working on the next episode of this. I've made some YouTube videos on databases, trying to explain them from the ground up, and writing some really bad Rust while we're at it. So if you want to catch up, there are 4 videos already. But what we're doing now is talking really loosely about indexing and how indexes work, and we're implementing them. So I actually wrote this up here. We kind of made this file over here, this Excel draw, to kind of explain what we're doing. And we made a log-based database, which is pretty cool. Thank you for the follow. You got your own custom message there. I hope you like it. It's AI generated. I have no say over what it does. Trust me. Sometimes we made that all on stream. It's written in Rust. We'll add to it here soon. We'll add something to it. Yeah. So anyways, this is what we're doing. Basically, the old way, how our database has functioned as a log-based database, and again, you can watch those videos if you don't know what that is we had to search for through each file to find our value, which meant a lot of disk reads and not very performant. And as Rust, we like things to be blazing fast, so indexes is the way to do it. Today, we're doing the simplest index that I know how. And we talked some about data structures, and that will be in the video. I'll release it. But we're doing the simplest one, which is just a hash map. But hash maps have some problems. One of the things is you have to store everything in memory, and they don't do well on disk. The other thing that they don't do well is this right here, where you try to search for a range. Hash maps don't do ranges. You actually literally have to generate every single guess in your hash map to try to get a range. So it's not efficient and just not a very good way. But it is very efficient if your index can fit all in memory. and you're wanting and you don't have the requirement of ranges. So that's what we're doing today. That's what we're doing today. I hope that was a very quick bring you guys up to speed. It's good to see you all. What were you guys working on? I know you guys were working on a TUI. How was the TUI work going? I didn't get to catch it because I was streaming. How did the TUI work go? Hopefully well. All right, so... let me look this up. Last I caught a stream in the middle of the week. And to be honest, I was very much lurking and only caught a little bit. So I don't exactly know what he was doing. I think it was Wednesday. I had a bunch of stuff going on. Oh, wow. You caught one with... I mean, we don't do much with... But that's... Yeah. I would... if you see that, ping me. Because I want to see... Togglebit doing Java. I want to see Togglebit doing Java. That's what I want to see. Oh, man. I actually want to see that. Question here. We actually parse out the value, right? So in this value from the hit, the value, we actually parse out we actually parse out the key, right? We don't return the value. I think we just deleted this code, so I don't remember what we did here. There is, let's do the grep, what is it called? Check file for key. That's what I was looking for. Wasn't thinking about we got to handle the tombstone. So let's move this into a function. Let's do this. Pub fn get value. It's a bummer that Rust has the Rust tag on Twitch because it's also a game so it's nearly impossible to find Rust streamers. Well, I'm not your toggle bit Rust streamer. I'm actually a variety streamer. So if everybody doesn't know, I stream in both Rust and Go. So I use both. I like Rust. I'm probably better at Go than I am at Rust. So I'm not nearly on the toggle bit level of Rustaceous, Rustian, but I do enjoy a little bit of Rust here and there. And I'm writing it to make it better. The Twitch alerts that you guys saw were all in Rust. And this database is in Rust. So yeah, this database, I've never written a database in Rust, but I have in C. I have yeah, so C, C, not so fun, but yeah, so I do both. I'm a programmer variety streamer. That's right. I'm a programmer. Obviously, I also have done some other stuff. We did the AI games earlier this year. We'll do the AI games again in next year, where we pitted all the AI coders against each other, which we also tried multiple different languages, not just Rust, but we tried a bunch of things. So there's some other, but my main ones that I stream are Rust and Go. And it depends on the project, really, which one's which. So. Why would I write a database? So that's a really good question. I started my career as a software engineer by teaching myself. I made an Android application. I'm a chemist by trade, or schooling. I guess that's not really trade. And I taught myself by making an Android game and then getting hired at a company that was gracious enough to hire me. And there was a couple people that took me under their wing and taught me what they knew and mentored me a lot. And I will be forever grateful for them. And so because of that, I started a YouTube channel to pay it forward with what I knew and what I had learned to help people. So coming full circle to why a database, I know some stuff about databases and how they work. And I don't think people actually understand that. And so my goal is I have written, I'll link it again. I have made a YouTube playlist that you can check out. That is about making a database, how databases work. And so that's what I'm trying to share. So today's episode is the next episode in that series of things. So I'm not making a database for people to use. This is not doing everything by best practice and everything. It's showing and demonstrating the examples. And I don't make YouTube videos that don't have code behind them. I'm not just talking about theory. We actually do the things, because I don't like it when people just talk about theory. This was the theory for today, and now we're actually doing it. Yeah, DBs are sometimes in my nightmares. Are we not doing an AI Winter Games? I think we might do an AI Winter Games. We might do a Winter Games. I don't know if we change it to a Winter Games like we do it in January, February, or we just do a Winter Games and then still do it the normal time. I'm not sure. We've got to work on it, because what we need is a little bit of automation to help with it. Because right now it was all manual, and man, was it a lot of work. It was a lot of work. It was so slow doing it manually. Thank you guys so much for the follows. I didn't, Samzairi. That's what I'm going to pronounce it. Samzairi and AWR. Thank you for the follows. And I hope you got your personalized follow message. That's Rust and AI working together. It's like they were made for each other. Oh, Russell. I did make my own, but I like that. I like that a lot, Russell. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that. It should be nice and quick to run. I don't have to come up with the questions myself. Okay, we're doing it December. The Winter Games happen this December. I actually really like that. And we have to do it in December before they get trained on the stupid questions. So if you guys weren't here in our AI games, some of the questions they were obviously trained on because they would actually lead us. You know how the Advent of Code has like 2 sections to it? If you ask it the first section, it would actually also do the second section for you, and give you the question as well. It was horrible, not a valid thing at all. I think we're just going to return. I think we're just going to return a string. We could do some slices. Yeah. I don't know what we're doing right now. I don't know what I'm typing right now. So we have a string and we want a portion of this. So what we want to do is something. I think this. I actually think it's just this. I appreciate the one. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm going to call you one. Ogloop. I'm going to call you one Ogloop. That's what I'm going to call you. Go ahead and ask questions. I do this to pay it forward to help other people. So if that's helpful, we can. If we need to do something else because somebody really needs help, I mean, like to a certain extent, I try to keep it somewhat fun and entertaining as well. And I try to have a plan. But my hope and goal is to be helpful to people, which doesn't always mean that I can just go off on all the tangents and whatnot. But yeah, go ahead and ask. If it's something about the state of the database, I'm going to say go watch those videos because I have 4 videos out there that I worked hard on that are not watched by very many people. All right. We don't need continue here. This is just return nothing. So we should probably return an option here. Or do we return? We probably should do the error. So let's do a result. All right. I don't know. I'm pretty new to streaming, so we'll figure it out together. I love feedback, so if you guys have feedback on how I could make the stream more entertaining, more fun, while being educational or as educational as possible, let me know. I'm happy to implement it. You want to serve a TensorFlow model. So you just need to look up serving the model. There's several ways to do that. There's several projects to serve the model. But once you serve the model, that will allow you to access it through an API. If you're wanting to serve it yourself inside of Rust, I've never done that, and that's much more difficult. Much more difficult. I don't know. I might have ideas of where to start, but not really. This is like just an invalid location. So I would look at one of those projects though. That's what those projects are doing. They're serving it and providing an API. So I would open up one of those projects. That's where I would start. If I was going to do it, I would look at how those projects serve the model over the network. They have to serve it internally to themselves first anyhow. So you know what? We're just not going to check this for right now because we don't have an error for it. Let's you know what? Let's actually make an error for it. Let's I guess let's fix all these errors first, and then if maybe missing an else clause. No, it's not. No, it's not. This is what we want. Oh, I guess if that's not true, we just need to return an error, right? So oh, we don't need to check the key. Oh, this is dumb. We actually don't care. We're just reading it. We're just getting the value from it. Okay. Stop that. Stop it. I'm not saying that there's a Rust. I don't know. I don't know if there's a Rust. I'm just saying how to serve one in general. My understanding is that you're going to have to do some bindings. So if you want to serve it in Rust, you're going to have to do some bindings. Bind it to some projects that actually do that. That's where I would start. There might be a Rust project that already does it. I don't know it off the top of my head. That's not what I was saying. I was just saying in general, how to serve something like that is a well-known problem. You can go look it up. How to do it in Rust. Maybe there's a project that already does it in Rust. Don't know. I've never tried to do it. I'm happy to do that one time on stream eventually. If that sounds fun. All right, so what are we doing here? Okay, so we split it. We're getting this to a string and checking the value. Otherwise, we just want to return an okay of that value. All right. We don't want to do that. Clean this up a little. Done. I have never seen this before. Yeah, if you figure it out, let me know. I'm interested. It's an interesting problem. I don't know off the top of my head. I'm just telling you where I would start. That's where I would start. I would either find a Rust project that serves AI models, or I would find just a generic thing that serves and see how they did it. I'm guessing they have like C bindings to another project, and they all use that other project to actually read the model, and they just like use C bindings to it, which would then be fairly easy to replicate in Rust. All right. I have never seen this before. Arguments to this enum variant are incorrect. Oh, value deleted. Does this have no? Doesn't. Why doesn't it get upset here? I mean, we could tell it that this is a what is it? Errors. Okay. I didn't think I had to with anyhow, but maybe I'm mistaken. Obviously, I'm mistaken. Obviously mistaken. How's everyone's day going? All right. So we're going to split this. Here, we needed error for... let's see. We have value not found, value deleted. None of these work. What's the error of corrupted? Yeah, I think it's corrupted. They're warped in the eternal realm of Thorlilia. Thwarped, a noble elven sorcerer. Welcome to the team. Noble warrior sorcerer. Noble elven sorcerer. Didn't say warrior. You know what I don't know how to do, and I get to do this on stream for everyone. I don't know how to spell corrupted. I did know how to spell it. I just doubted myself on stream. It's the best. Awesome. Welcome from the Toggle raid. Yeah, Togglebit is a fantastic person. Super knowledgeable. No problem. Toggle is a fantastic person. Yeah. Welcome. I forget where I was. Oh, I was right here. So I cannot hold up to his knowledge of Rust. He has programmed in Rust for much longer than I have, but you know, I'm learning, and yeah. So I'm going to guess your favorite language is Rust. Now I'm a variety programmer streamer, so that's a VPS. I'm a VPS, where I also program in Go. So. Sorry. I try to put Go or Rust in my titles, but then sometimes I change halfway through. And then I forget to update my titles. But yeah, what are we doing? Oh, we have this new error. Errors. Corrupted. So if that's happening, we have a corrupted, we've gotten corrupted data somehow. Which, in the database land, it's pretty bad if this happens. This should not happen. This should not happen. Thayrept, what is your favorite language? And if it's Rust, say Rust and your second favorite language. You know, the one that you get paid for. The one that you get paid for. Your second favorite language. Okay, so where were we using this? You know what, everyone? An ad is about to start. I'm sorry about that. I can't help that. But I do need a drink desperately. So while this plays, when it starts, I'm going to go get myself a drink because that's going to be fantastic. So, yeah, just as a warning, I need to go get a drink. What are we benchmarking, Rondev? Oh, skip is fastest? Oh, so you're saying I shouldn't use in value? Inth? Wait, what are you saying here? Because, I mean, we are going to do whatever is blazing fast. All right. 1 second. I'm going to go get a drink since I think there's an ad playing. And we'll revisit this as soon as I'm back. Can you guys hear all that construction noise? Is it not fantastic? It is fantastic. I'm sorry. I have construction going on literally 10 feet from me. Oh, you can't? I'm always worried about it. That saw was running. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so let's see what you did. This is really cool. Thanks for posting this, Rondev. All right, so you did advanced by 1 and advanced by nth. And did you do it with bench? Okay, yeah, you did do bench. So cool. Let's see. So nth isn't much slower than skip, but it has more variation in it, which is interesting. And advanced by, interesting that I'd be interested in knowing the internal implementation. We should look at this at some point, because why would this be slower? Is it giving some guarantee? Wow. Perl Dev here. Perl Dev. A Perl Dev in real life. I'm not smart enough to do Perl. I can barely do Rust. Definitely can't do Perl. All right. Okay, so these are my personal thoughts. I'm not saying anybody that does Perl or whatnot. My personal thoughts is that, like, a lot of the times our job is really hard and complicated. And so we have to do the things that make it as simple as possible. And I think that's why I don't tend to like Perl, is I find myself every single time I get into it, it's hard and confusing to keep track of everything. Like, it's super powerful, but that power is almost the downside as well. I don't know if that makes sense. Don't know. I write clean Perl. There you go. I don't even know what clean Perl is. All right. So can we just, instead of nth, can we just skip? Now, my question is with skip. I mean, I am a Go developer, and I like Go because of its simplicity. Can't put a floor on quality. I think you should do high quality code. If I spelled skip correctly. Is this just the same? This is not the same. Skip is not returning the same thing here. No, it is. It is. But it's line numbers. So does -1. That's what I was going to ask. If if it was going to work with that. Okay. Yep. Can't put a floor. I don't know what you mean by can't put a floor on quality. I'm sorry, I don't understand that one. And like I said, I wasn't hating on Pearl. I've just always found it a little more confusing than others. Thanks for the follow. There's your, or there. I guess it's, no, it's there. It's also here in this box because it's for if I switch here, it's right there. But because of how I'm an idiot and set up OBS, it's also in the little box now too. It's really itty bitty. It's nice. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's actually why I like Rust, is because I think Rust does a really good job of setting baseline, better than Go. I think Rust does a really good job at it. That's why I like Rust as much as I do. It tries to set a good baseline, but you're 100% right. It's just a tool to empower. Perl is a tool, and if you're really good at Perl, then it can be a really powerful tool. I've seen a lot of amazing things done with it. So, yeah, everything we have here is just a tool. Oh, shoot. Where did we write that function? I completely forgot. No, I want... that's a horrible grep. Check file for key. That's what it was. Check for key is in the utility file. All right. Utility is a horribly named thing. Like I said, you can only set a baseline for quality, and then it's on me. And I went and I did utils. Yeah. Like you could do Go style errors in Rust, but not vice versa without a lot of work. I don't even think you can really do Rust style. Like it's just not. Yeah, I guess maybe. I think you could now with Go 120 with the generics. You could kind of do it, but it wouldn't be the same as the union types that the enums provide you. It wouldn't be the same. You could try, but you could never enforce it like Rust does. It wouldn't be quite the same, I don't think. Let's see. You do complex custom types like new styles errors in Go, but it's not a first class. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Thayrap. Like I was saying, it's just not first class, and I don't think it's quite as enforceable as Rust would be either. Maybe I'd have to think about it. I think you could possibly do it, but then also your code doesn't fit what everybody else's Go does, and I think there's actually a really nice thing in just doing the standard. Because if you just do the standard and follow the standard, then your code fits with everybody else's code. And if I go open another person's project, it kind of just is easy to follow along, and you don't have to relearn an entirely new style. I understand we all have different styles, but like, yeah, I don't know. Value. I don't know what I'm doing here. Parsed value. We're just getting something working. Can we just do this? We'll propagate that error. The trait back. Yeah, we can't propagate that value, that error, unless this whole one does the right error. The right error. Yeah, the very idea of Go is to have the thinnest language wrap possible. Yep. Oh, Rondev, it's optimized. Nice. Dirk, I actually agree with you. I've had several rants about how Go has hidden complexities that people don't think about. I'm happy to. I need to make a video on that because I think it actually bites people in the butt because it has things that make it harder. 100%. That would be lovely. Okay. Maybe I'll make it a YouTube video, but what I'm trying to do is instead of just making the YouTube video for some of these, I will do it on stream. So maybe I'll do it next Saturday. Maybe I'll plan that for next Saturday stream where I'm going to do like a hidden complexities of Go that I don't think people think about. That unfortunately Go seems so simple when you get into it that you don't understand that you're shooting yourself in the foot or strapping that foot gun on. Like you don't understand that what you're doing is going to be harmful. And sometimes it just works until like all of a sudden you're like, why is this slow? And you're like, why is this copying this thing a billion times? And I didn't realize it. I'm not even sure what you guys are arguing about. I'm not good enough to stream, program, and follow all the conversations. Sometimes you guys just have to argue without me. It's good to have you guys here, though. This is awesome. This is by far the most people I have ever streamed to. So now I'm also super nervous. I'm already nervous when there's just like 5 people. And I know them all. So, no problem. All right. Well, thanks, Dirk. I'm going to call you Dirk. I worked with a Dirk once. He was from Germany. Is from Germany. Still is from Germany. Wasn't past tense. I don't work with him anymore, I guess is what I was going to say. All right. What was I doing? We were reading the I don't know. Let's see where this breaks. It breaks a lot of places. That's good. I just forgot where we were. What file? The null beat DB. Sweet. Oh, in this file. There we go. Here we are. We're back. We're to the parse value. Let parse value equals that. We can just return this parsed value like that. I hit F1. Oh, shoot. No, I just wanted to write that. All right. What we need is this. Is we can't just parse this like this. Ah, we were doing the error. That's what it is. Very nice. I'm back full circle. I mean, you don't want to argue with somebody that writes Perl. Like, they're gonna win. That's my thing. I'm not gonna argue with a Perl person. They're too smart. They're gonna get me. If they can write Perl, it doesn't even matter if I'm right. They're gonna win. Let's see. Okay, so this is returning just a plain result. What are the errors that are returning from this? Do we even return errors from this? Wait, where are we erroring here? Are we literally... Could this just be an option? Actually, I don't even see a divergent path here. We return okay here. Do we return anywhere? First, I've stopped using return. I like return, but I know that everybody else doesn't. Okay, so I'll delete that. Is there a divergent path? I don't see one. Can we just make this an option? There's not even an option. It just returns segment mapper, right? What am I? Oh, right here. Very first line. All right, there we go. Ew. And we return an STD error from here? That's the worst. Okay. So this is valid here. I see. You know what I'm going to do? I've never done this, but I think I can do it. This is returning a... I think I can do this in Rust. I did this like one time, so I'm pretty sure I can do this. But instead of returning this, can we just return a... I want to map this error. I should be able to map this error. Because this is going to say couldn't convert the error, but I want to make a conversion from an IO error, because these I have one to cover IO errors, and I have to have my own errors. I've not done a specific video on it, but I have to have my own errors because there's a difference between not found and deleted, which makes sense. You didn't find it or you deleted it. Or else I would just not pass my own errors. So I need to map this. I think you can do this pretty cleanly, because it's not even like I'm mapping it. If we're going here, I'm just going to put that error in here as an IO error. I can make that an IO error too. Rust map error. Reddit. I love it. Okay, I could do it as a statement like this. I guess, is that all that we need to do is just do that? This is what I was thinking. This is beautiful. Can I just do this with the question mark? Wait. Okay. I can just do it with a map error. Sweet. So this here, instead of a question mark, I can just do like a map error. Map error. And then I can just return... Okay, cool. We'll just do it with E, just like these people did. I mean, like, that's fine, right? I appreciate Rhonda. That was actually really cool. To have somebody like actually test some of the stuff out. That's actually pretty awesome. To be honest. So I super appreciate it. Sorry I didn't say more about it. I thought that was awesome. Let's see. I'm mismatching somewhere something. Oh, I don't have one for my map error. There we go. Cool. Let's see what is the next error. Expected a function string closure, found a string. The trait is not implemented for a string, but for string to implement. Oh boy. Maybe I'm not smart enough to do Rust. What did I... This was working, so now why is it not working? Oh, Russell's back. Russell, the stream spirit animal. Russell. Technically. Oh boy. I had to use VS Code, stare Rust analyzer errors on Windows, and have set up Rust in... All right. Why did this file breakdown break? Oh, you know what? Do I need to... do this? What is this type? Okay, I don't know how to do this in Vim yet. I am learning Vim, by the way, also, for you viewers. I'm not very good at Vim. Just started learning. This is returning me an error. I almost quit. I did not do this perfectly. Remove error, you said? Let me see. Like that. So what I need to do is... I encapsulated this one too many times. Oh, you know what I think I need to do? Do I still need to do the unwrap here to map it? I feel like it's not getting unwrapped. I don't know how to see what this actually is, but I feel like this is still the result. This file segment is still the result. And that's what's causing this downward. Maybe I screwed this up. I need to. So they still have the question mark on it on the map error function. Okay, I think that's where I screwed up. I can't quit Vim. I can't do it. I'm stuck in here. Okay. So it was that I had the error. I did this. And then when I went to do the question mark, because I tried that, I had already screwed it up. Yeah, I have. You actually, Van Kluver, you should have been here when I first started, because I had only used Vim to like edit a single file, like a git rebase. And so the only way my fingers knew to save the file was to do right quit. Like, it was just habit. And so I was always quitting out of Vim. It was the absolute worst. Does this run now? I don't think it will. No, it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. But we're on to the index. We're on errors in the index. This is good. Let's get back to the index. WQA exclamation point. Did learn that today, actually. Russell, it was a little painful. Literally half of the stream was reopening the file. It was pretty bad. I appreciate everybody that stuck around for my stream, because my stream is not the best stream ever. But we have some fun at my expense. We have some fun. Okay, let's see. Oh, we want to return our error here. There we go. That fixes that. It was pretty painful. I have to apologize to people that had to sit through that. We learned through pain here. We learned through pain. Yeah, I think that I use maybe 2% of the features. I use 2%. How do I exit? Don't worry. Exit's the only thing I could do that stream. That was like all I could do. Oh my gosh. All right. Wait, where was the next error? NullDB. Let's jump into it. Okay, so we are flattening out our errors here. This is so nice. This will be much better in the future. All right. Is this better, or is this worse? You know what we're going to do? We're going to do this. I think that we'll just leave it like this. All right. Try wrapping. Oh, bleh. Do we really have to? Is this the right? I don't know. I feel gross right now. I can't type right now either. Arguments to this enum variant are incorrect because, yeah, this is gross. One second. I've done something bad here. You know what? We just need a generic error type. One second. So we're going to get rid of anyhow altogether here. I don't know why I was sticking that macro in there. That felt weird. And we're going to go up here. What are we going to do? We're going to go here. This is going to be for IO errors. We're not dealing with IO errors. We're just going to give a... We're just going to... What are we going to do? No, what was our error? What was our error? Could not get the main log file. Yeah, that does seem pretty dodgy. Let's not click that link. I was gonna say, I've been trolled by chat, but I don't know you well enough to to click a link that starts out with XSS chat on render.com. I'm not sure. Stick around. Build a little reputation. Then we can chat about clicking that on stream. Okay. I mean, there you go. It's a chat app that installs stuff on your computer. Okay, database here. Oh, we were looking at how do we want to return generic errors? This isn't really an IO error. It is a... Actually, this probably should just be a panic. It means we have a poisoned mutex, right? This function will return an error if it is poisoned. Oh. I think we're panicking. We should panic here, honestly. We have poisoned our locks. It's not returning an error. I think we just need to full stop here. That's a better solution. Okay, moving on to the next one. I mean, yeah, whether I use VS Code again or not, it depends. I want to get really good at Vim, and then, then it might depend. But I'm going to try to get good at Vim first. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, this is incorrect. Let's see. What is this? This is another panic. This is another straight panic. I don't know why I did that. Oh, wait. I want to see $. That's what I want to do. Beautiful. I learned that today. See $. All right. So we're going to panic here again. If we want to talk about trying to recover from poisoned locks, don't poison your locks. Like, just don't do it. Shift C is also good. I don't think you understand copyright law, Ron Dev. I'm just going to go out on a limb. Now, I'm not insulting chat. I learned my lesson earlier today from insulting chat. That degraded quickly. That went downhill fast. We have poisoned our locks. Don't do this, please. All right. Monta, how are you doing? I didn't really insult. I just poke fun of. Maybe I insulted. I think I insulted. I didn't really straight insult. I just said some of us don't need beauty sleep because we were just born that beautiful. It was kind of like an underhanded, like calling myself beautiful. I think that's what it was. Okay, so why is wait. What's going on here? How are you doing, Monta? The trait bound is not satisfied. Oh, let's see what this is doing. Generate indexes. Ooh. Let's go back here. Oh, okay. Let's make this return a errors. Does that fix it? Oh. It would have been too good to be true. All right, but we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Oh, Monta, you're on vacation. Nice. You have a whole week off, right? You have any big plans? Let's see. Where is this? This is in NullDB and main. Let's hit the NullDB one first, because that's where we're in. Wait. It's here. It's here. All right. Mismatched types. Uh-oh. I definitely don't know how to use skip. That's for sure. I've never used skip on an iterator before. Any games specifically that you're looking to do? Oh, you're a LOL fan. LOL fan. See, I actually, in college, I played the original Dota. So I've played Dota 2 some. Not League. Not League. Gotta hate on the dirty League players. Okay, so... All right, this is a type of thing, skip. So it's not an option. I thought this was giving an option. Definitely wrong. So how do I use a skip? What is a skip? Oh, wait. So skip is just going to return me an iterator. It doesn't actually give me the value. Oh, I see. I see what we're doing here. I've never used skipped. I was using Nth, and then somebody came and was like, Nth performance is bad. I don't know. I don't remember who was saying, like, complaining about Nth's performance, but you know what? I think I just want to do Nth because it feels better. And the person that did all this work, yeah, Togglebit listening to chat. Togglebit knows. I listened to chat. Ron Dev, I was just teasing. We did do this. So the thing is, Nth is slower than Skip by 9 nanoseconds, and this is a blazing fast database, so we can't have a waste of what, 5 nanoseconds here. That's a horrifying waste. But I think what we did discover is that it gets optimized out when you actually do an optimized build. So then I also don't care. I wonder why, though. I wonder why, like, what is getting optimized out? What is getting optimized there? Like, I think that would be interesting. I don't know what I'm doing here. What am I doing? This is Rust. It's bad Rust, but it's Rust. Is the benchmark? Yes, the benchmark was using black box. Why? Is that the problem? I have not used bench too much. I've used it for a few little things for fun, but I think, let's see, consider dereferencing the borrow here. Which borrow is they talking about? Are they talking about this here? Because it returns a reference or an option of self. Is this what they're talking about? Oh, we did do some database benchmarking. Wait. Why did I do that there? Shouldn't that be here? I'm not entirely sure what this is complaining about. I have cannot be dereferenced. Perfect. Awesome. All right, consider dereferencing the borrow here. Let's actually get what the error is. Arguments to the method are incorrect. Oh, well, really? It's of a U size, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm giving you. Oh, you know what? This is not a mutable buffer. Is that what it needed? Let's see. Arguments to this method are incorrect. What? So it's a mutable reference to self and a U size. Have I done something wrong here? Maybe is this just like a, let me act, that's not what I meant to do. Maybe I'm chasing something down that's not needed. All right, let's see. I feel like I have an LSP problem. Okay, this makes sense. Expected U size found a reference to U size. My goodness, I was not getting that. I was not getting that from this. Arguments to this method are incorrect. I guess it's saying it. I just needed to do next error again. I'm learning Vim, guys. Sorry. Also, Godbolt is fantastic. I think everybody should learn to use it. Can I just do that? Sweet. Okay, so arguments to this function are incorrect. Okay. I know the secret thing though. You got to get past that to get the real mismatch type. Okay, we expected a string and we found a error. Wait. This is returning. My goodness, what is this returning? Okay. What kind of cult have I joined? What do you mean? I'm still doing the same thing I've been doing. You don't see any Emacs running. It's what cult joined me? I was going to say, it's what cult joined me. Don't blame this on me. It's the internet out there. All right, let's see. We need to parse this. Okay, question. Maybe I've already asked this. I need some way to show this. Did I already do this? Is this what we had our thing open over here? I feel like we were already doing this. I feel like we were already doing this because I wanted to pop up. We already did this. I know we did. Here we go. What was it though? What was it? I want to see the thing under the cursor. I want a little pop up. There's a thing for it. So basically, I don't know what type this is. I want to see what type it is. There's like a get information about this. I know I made a command for this specifically. Maybe I didn't. Oh no, your guys are letting me down. I know that we did this. What was it? LSP. I don't want to search for everything that has LSP in it, but oh, Space H. Space H. That's what we're doing. Space H. There we go. See, it's a string of result and an error. I'm telling you, I knew that I had done it. Right here. Space H. Because it's the space age. I just did this like 2 streams ago, or Thursday. And then I slept twice. This is just like the hover, the buff hover on the LSP. I knew it. I knew I had done it. It's actually really convenient because like, uh-oh. I haven't been using it, but you can just do like space H here. Bam. You can see like the whole thing of it. Nice. Hey, Rondev, remember we like to learn through pain. That's what we're doing right now. It's part of the learning experience. It's part of the learning experience. It's also why I want to move all of my keybinds into their own Lua file so that it's easier to search and it doesn't have all the stuff in it. Wait. Togglebit, you don't know that I have PTSD with Wordle. I have PTSD with Wordle because of Russell. So that's a thing. That's a thing. Long story short, I and another streamer, I don't know if he streams, he YouTubes, another YouTuber, was given a broken Kubernetes cluster by Russell. And our goal was to fix it. And he had it set up where it dumped you into Wordle and you had to solve Wordle before you could get a restricted shell. You didn't even get a full shell off of that. You got a restricted shell. Yeah. Russell made us win Wordle before we could log into the Kubernetes node. It was horrifying. It was amazing, too. Russell is the best Kubernetes breaker out there. All right, so this is now a thing, Clavinex. Let's see. You have to add a channel point redemption for playing Wordle. I don't know how to do that, Toggle. We'll have to talk about it. It sounds fun. I'd love to get some channel point redemption things for funsies. We need to talk about how to do that. The other thing is, I think my channel point redemptions, I can run through my thing that does the Twitch events already. So we can even do more on top of that, with like on the screen and everything. So I think that we could have a lot of fun with that. Hey, Togglebit, how did your stream go? What were you guys doing? I know it was a while ago that you raided, but how did it go? What did you do? I mean, I'm assuming it's a TUI, but I've heard that you've been converted to Java. You did the Prat parser. Can you make a YouTube video on what a Prat parser is? I would love to watch that. I missed your learning a Prat parser stream. I like caught a little bit of it, but the part I caught, I was too far behind, and so I just sat there in ignorance. All right, wait. So this is returning a option, and in that option, it has. Okay, so it's returning an option of a result, which is horrifying. Can I just do this? I've never done this before. That doesn't seem to work. I just want to unwrap the stupid value. But I can't unwrap it here because it's an option here. So I can't do this. What's the cleanest way to handle this in Rust? What? Oh, map error on this? Or are you saying like down here? Oh, I think you're saying like right here. Okay, okay. I've never actually had this pattern before. I kind of just want it. So like, yeah. This function's way too long. This is a dumb function. What editor do I use? It's the editor of Pain and Suffering. This is Vim. This is NeoVim, if you're wanting to be specific. I don't know it very well. There are a lot of NeoVimmers that are a lot better at NeoVim than I am. I originally used, I learned to program on Visual Studio, and then I moved to Visual Studio Code, and I'm learning Vim, so. No, Toggle, I don't think I made myself clear. This right here is returning an optional. So I have to unwrap the optional first. I convert my option to a result. I don't know what I'm doing at this point. I don't know what has happened here. All right, let's next step is Notepad. So you're saying instead of doing this here, so let's get rid of this. I don't know what I just typed. All right, let's get rid of this. You're just saying to okay, 1 second. Okay. Really, this needs to be a panic if it's a miss, because I'm a rational database. If my index is corrupted, I wanted to panic. I'm just going to panic in here. Ah, perfect. Don't panic. Oh, come on. Panicking is fun. Okay, so, but there is no okay expect. Just expect is what you're saying. So I don't think that this fixes it, but I'll see, because I'm confused as to how you think that double unwraps, but I could be just very wrong. But see, this is still a result, because this just unwrapped the option. So inth is returning an option of type result. Let me type it out for you. I think maybe this is the disconnect here. .inth is returning a type of option result string error. Oh, I'm an idiot. You're right. You're right. Just do the question mark here because no. We can't because we need to do a conversion because we return a database error. So one second, let me think about it. We're going to map error here. This is where we can map error now. One second. Let me think of what we're doing here. So we are... Both of these should be an expect, right? I shouldn't map the error either. I don't care about the error. I just want to expect. Because either way, it's an index miss. Okay, I'm going to explain it again. .inth returns a option of result of string error. So this first expect unwraps the option. The second one is to unwrap the result, right? I am out of my depths on this one because I have never tried to do a buffer reader unwrapping a specific line. Buffer reader is returning the option. I don't know why it's never before returned anything more than an option. But when I call nth, it returns an option of a result. And I don't know why. I am not sure what I have done wrong here. And this is why I was saying this looks like garbage, because if you're expecting, like this is dumb. This is why I was saying, like, I don't think you guys understand, because, like, this was like what I was, it was the double thing. It should just be an optional. But when it's an optional, and that's why I was looking for space H, was to validate that this was a result. Like the unwrapped thing is a result. And you know, if you take off this expect, you'll see that it is a an option. See, it's an option of a result of a string of it, like, whoo. But why, I don't know, because every time we've just iterated straight over lines of the byte buff reader, it's just been an option. So I feel like nth is doing something, but I'm not sure what. Let me look up nth. Rust iter nth. I am doing something wrong. I promise you. It's probably me. I think I am going into circle. I am losing my mind. This thing should just return an option. Right? Let's see. Rust IO read line. I figured it out. I figured it out. This right here. Let's see. This is. Oh, I was going to say this is an optional, but it's not an optional. Move away a little bit. I can try getting a little further away. It's just it's a little bit hard to see from that distance, I find. I'm just teasing. Just teasing. Probably a good thing to move on to something for just a little bit. I feel like this should be returning a result. But it's not. In this it is. In this, you can see that they have to unwrap the lines, the call to lines, and I don't have to unwrap the call to lines. Oh no. So it's changed from this. But yeah, so this is getting lines. And I don't like unwrap it here. This is how I've always done it. Lines.count. Yeah, good point. We could try to move this. Let's see. On index hit, we can basically do. Let's see. How would we move this out? So on index, we're finding the index in the database. No, and I actually like it about Rust. I don't like it when on stream because I feel dumb. But I actually like it because it's usually pointing out a problem that most languages would have let you fly with. And you'd either have a panic or you'd have some way that it doesn't work properly. And so it's good in the end. I like it in the end. But yeah, right now I'm pretty slow at figuring this out. I think I can move all of this. One second. I don't want to do anything with the indexes. But once I have the line number right here, the rest can be moved into a function. So all this can really be moved into a function. Let's try doing that really quickly. Honestly, this doesn't need to be part of the struct at all. It can just be a nice little function. No, thanks. I like the advice. I've never built anything really big in Rust. Only a few little things. So let's see. I don't know what we need. We will return a string or panic. Actually, we'll probably do with a type of string and all right. And then we'll close this and boom. I actually tried Rust Rover the other day. Yeah. The reason it returns a result is that the input is not guaranteed to be a string. As invalid. Oh. So the question is, do you want to treat invalid input with the same error as invalid index? No, I feel like... So there's two. Yep, no, I don't. So I think this is how we're going to do it. I started moving this to its own file or function. It's not invalid input. It's actually data corruption. That's the only way we wouldn't have UTF-8 because this is a database, so it's storing its own information. So the only way it's not a string is if it's gotten corrupted somehow. I think. Which should still be a panic, but it's a different panic. Yeah. It's still doing the same thing, but it's not the same panic. In the end. I was trying to tell you guys it was two things. One's an option, one's a result. So this is the option, and this is an index miss. So I don't know what I pressed there. So this is really the expect and index missed. And then the next thing is let okay equals, we'll just do it right here for right now. I think I like the idea of moving into its own function, but we can do not expect as soon as we make sure this is working. And then we'll do okay value equals value. Again, if you guys want, I have made a little series on making a database. So you can check it out. For any of you that are new, just joining, we're learning how databases work internally. And this is part of that. So I'll have a YouTube video on it. Hopefully the YouTube video turns out a little bit better than why am I double wrapping this? Let's see. We're just gonna panic for right now. We can do better in the future. Although honestly, when databases hit corrupted data, it's very hard. There are some algorithms to try to recover from that, but it's very difficult. And then this works as expected because, one second, we cannot mutate variable buffer iter. Okay, well, watch this. Watch this. How do you like them apples? Yeah. All right. Type annotation needed. Cannot infer type of type parameter E declared on the enum result. What? What is this? That's a string. What is this telling me? Cannot infer type of the parameter E declared on the... Why not? I have a... There we go. Oh, I need return here. I need return here because this is not the end of the function. My goodness. How? Oh my gosh. What a noob. That was more painful than it needed to be. All right. That was more painful than it needed to be. We learned through pain here. No pain, no gain. Shift plus I and Shift plus A. Now, the last time somebody told me this, it just deleted the line I was on. So I'm going to trust you, Toggle, though. Shift I goes to the front. Shift A, I'm guessing, goes to the end. It goes into insert mode, too. Okay. Shift A goes to the end, insert mode. Cool. So Shift I goes to the start of the line in insert mode. Cool. It's just what the shift does with it. It goes to the end of the line. Nice. All right, so I'm going to yank this. We're going to try to put this in this function down here. I could have just done, down, but I didn't. We're going to delete what we originally did. All Vim tips and tricks are welcome. I'm going to warn you that I have, in the last 2 weeks, packed more Vim tips into my head. So if I forget Shift I and Shift A, I apologize. Remind me again. Because I have more key combos memorized in my head than I have for all of i3. If people think i3 is hard, they should adopt i3 before they adopt Vim. I am new to the stream. Are you trying to do so? Yes and no, and maybe. Maybe the answer is maybe. You would recommend Practical Vim by Drew Neal. Is it a book? I'll get it. Yeah. I'll go buy it and support somebody that's trying to help people. Awesome. Oh, I know that delete replaces the clipboard, and that annoys me. I want to delete without replacing the clipboard. That annoys the garbage out of me. Yeah. Okay, so I do 2 things on stream. 3 things on stream. 1 is fail. Second is misuse the English language. And the third is I try to do some educational stuff that I make videos about. So there's a couple projects that we're working on. This one is the null database. And it's not that I'm trying to create a database. I'm trying to produce videos for people to understand database technology. So a lot of people use Postgres, they use MySQL, they use MongoDB, they use Aerospike, they use whatever. Pick your favorite database. But they don't understand why they're not the same. Why is MongoDB different? And you'll say documents. You'll be like, oh, MongoDB is a doc. But that's not actually what makes MongoDB different than Postgres. There was actually a lot of of other choices that made it that first. And that's what we're exploring, and I'm making videos on that. I can post the link again. So that's the start of the videos. Toggle bit, I love it. I actually really don't like. I know it's only 4 bids. I'm just starting. So I'm in a hard position because I actually work for a database company. And so like I really don't like MongoDB because I don't think it's a very good database product. But I feel like I'm very biased if I give people that advice. I feel like they think I would be super, which I am biased. That's fine. Whatever. I am biased, but I recommend Postgres, and I don't work on Postgres. I think people should start with Postgres, and they should understand why they need a different database. And that's why I'm doing this whole series, is to help people understand the choices made and what makes those databases unique. That's the goal. Why is it not a good database product? Read Togglebits. Read Togglebits post. What makes MongoDB different is it loses your data. It uses your data. It scales infinitely until about 100 gigabytes. I could go on. Running it in a highly available way is difficult. It's web scale. Oh, it's web scale. I love web scale. It's web scale. It is web scale. And I don't have any, I don't have anything against MongoDB. It's one of the easiest document DBs. So if you need a document DB and you want something quickly, MongoDB is the easiest thing to get spin up with. It has some of the best tools. Now, it has slow reads comparatively to some other offerings, and it has some bad reliability. But if you have a good backup plan, that actually takes care of that. So if you have a good backup and restore plan, it doesn't matter as much, and it's simple and easy to use. They did a fantastic job of making it simple and easy to use. So I can also say good things about it. I know databases fairly well, and I've used a lot of databases. Probably their one shining thing is it's simple and easy to use, and that's really good. Redis is database for life. No one touched the power switch. Oh gosh. Oh, the stored procedures in TSQL. Oh, I know. So I worked for a place for a very short period of time where all they wanted us to do was stored procedures in TSQL to mine data. That was interesting. All right. I deleted the stuff. Can you delete in Vim without stomping on your buffer there? Because I find that I keep doing that. I keep deleting and then trying to paste the thing that I had beforehand. And obviously, delete has stomped on that. Obviously. All right. So we need the path. Oops. And what was the other thing? And we need the line number. We won't have to dereference it here. And now we can just get value from segment. You have to select the register CIF plus quote plus 0. So do I just need to make a key combo for it? Is that what I'm hearing? Or do I just need to get good where I'm just not deleting stuff? I think I just need to get good. So now we can just get value from segment. Ooh, watch this. What was it? Shift A? Oh yeah, but I actually didn't want it all the way at the end. I actually did want to be at the end. My goodness, I needed to put a... There we go. I'm practicing. Will this work? Do I need it? No, I don't want to... I need to return this, actually. Yeah. I want to return whatever that is. Pulls the Unity. So for all of you who don't know, I do cover the news in at the end of the week. So tomorrow I have a short stream, try to keep it short to cover the news. We will be talking about Unity. I think Unity is a fantastic example of how not to run your software company, but we'll see. Let's see if this builds. This won't build. I promise you it won't build. It didn't build. I promised. I don't break my promise. But we're just down to the main.rs at line 72. Believing it's free from Microsoft. Example number 1, Visual Studio Code. It's free. It just sells your data. I mean, it's free. Please. Let's see. All right. Does not implement display. Okay. Fine. Wait, why does this care? What? This just implements a responder. Why does this care about null-db read error? Doesn't implement... Oh, this error. This error doesn't implement format. Oh, okay. Well, we can just implement this, right? We just need to implement std format on a display for our error. That's fine. Cool. And we can delete all the white space. Nothing in life is free. Nothing in life is free. Wait. What am I implementing here? Format display. Okay. I was typing format. That was my bad. So there is an SQLite rewrite. We call it Squirrelite. You want your light squirrels. There is a Squirrelite rewrite in Rust, isn't there? It's not a one-for-one compatible with Squirrelite, but it's there. I don't know that you'll like it. But so, Dirk, my question is, if you get a good one with compatibility, what was the point? If it's fully SQLite, I mean, you can use SQLite in Rust. Use SQLX. It's fantastic. To not have to deal with the SQ. But see, you still have to, Dirk. You still have to, because if you're keeping it completely maintained one for one, you have to follow whatever they do. So that's my point. Like, if you're making it a effectively binary compatible, I don't know what the point is. Maybe that's just me. I like Dirk, I'm not saying like that I wouldn't use it or anything like that. I'm not sure I see the point. Maybe there's a different point that I'm missing. I personally think let Squirrelite be Squirrelite and make Crablite. Make Crablite. Do it. We have a Squirrelite. We need a Crablite. That's just different. Make it a little different. Make it better in a way. Find a thing about SQLite that you don't like and make Crablite better. That is the hard part. It is such critical infrastructure at this point. Let's see. Can I auto-generate the FMT? The function. Let's see. Oh, sweet. It's there. Perfect. I never remember what it is. Let's do... Look, I don't know why you guys are insulting me. We're literally writing a in-memory or single file database right now. There's a NullDB. Just go use that. It's the superior Squirrelite. Please. Don't insult me like this. This is an educational database. I have that plastered all over the thing, not to be used in production, so don't go use the NullDB. It's for educational purposes only. You said, I wish I die. And that's why it held it. I get what you were saying, and you weren't saying it aggressively. So that's why the auto mod. It wasn't, it was auto mod. But you were saying, I wish when I die, you would have them in heaven or hell or wherever you're going. You're saying that those things are so core to what you're doing. I got it. It wasn't that offensive. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about auto mod. I didn't say anything because it's auto mod. Everybody on this channel, even Togglebit, has been auto modded at this point. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that you're cool with some people because you haven't bowed to Emacs. And there are some people on this that you're not cool with until you use Emacs. Togglebit is being a little, I'm not going to finish that. You use NeoVim. Okay, you can be cool with people. If you use NeoVim inside of inside VS Code, then that makes you pass. You get pass. Oh, I know. It's fun. It's fun. Actually, it's been really good because for the people that started here, like when this started, we went through this whole thing and I got a lot of valuable feedback that I'm going to be able to put in my video when people were asking questions. So I actually love the feedback that people were giving me as we talked about, you know, how database indexes worked and why you need them, what they do. And like, the thing is, what people don't realize is that there's different indexes. How Raker and how SQLite and how Postgres index are all different. How MongoDB indexes is different. And even in that, something like the like Aerospike actually indexes differently if it's a primary or a secondary index for reasons, not good reasons, but maybe for reasons. And that's really cool. And that's what I wanted to start the conversation about. Query optimizers are a whole different thing. And that's because of SQL. Let's not talk about query optimizers yet, because that's a different thing. That's not on the database layer, actually. Or shouldn't be. It could be in your database if you like. Query optimizers are a whole nother ball game. All right, we are matching on self. Oh, my license agree videos are next month, so I will be doing an in-depth class next month on license agreements and how to write, you know, the best Oracle Larry Ellison approved licensing agreement. The great thing is I'm also getting one second. I need to look up his name. CEO of Unity Engine. I'm also getting John Ricchetto on this. So Larry Ellison and John Ricchetto, some of the probably they're like the bleeding edge. People don't understand their licensing agreements. They're so good at it. I'm doing a little collaboration with them. It's going to be probably the best thing, best licensing agreements that you can come across. Yeah, so you don't want to miss it. It's $1,000 a seat for 3 days. No. Marketing is the next month. And trust me, I have a bunch for the marketing. I almost want to try to... if people didn't know, I'm not doing that, by the way. If people didn't know, I am not doing that. Can I get it to auto-generate this match statement for me? Can I do a match snippet? Yes, please. Oh, gosh. I was hoping it would do match on self. I was hoping it would fill it out for me. Why do I have weird indenting? What have I done? Are these not properly indented? Oh, these are some sort of screwy indent. Why? Why does this not let me indent? There we go. I fixed it. Okay. Why is tab not working? What happened? Okay. Let's try this again. There we go. It's all working. You can give me the for the licensing meeting. Weirdly, the auto moderation agrees with it. Oh wait, okay. I think I've screwed this up. Let me delete this and try this again. I should be able to do match and do a snippet, right? This snippet. But then I want to do the match on self. But I want to fill the self out. 1 second. Let's do self. All right. Maybe I just need to delete this, and maybe there's another snippet. So let's see it. I trust you, Toggle, but I am viewing that on something else before stream. What did you send? I look good in white. I think so. What people don't know is I'm actually a famous movie star in disguise. You know, we're not all dumb. Don't hate on us movie stars. Some of us can Vim. So is there not a way to have it just delete or generate all these? I don't think so. You know what I'm going to do? This is the best way to do this. This is Togglebit approved. I promise that. Wait, I don't know what I'm doing here. I am typing stuff. We just need to do a return a okay here with the string, right? We're just going to return this was an error. You know what? It's beautiful. Oh, okay. It needs to be a string. Wait. Let's what did I screw up? Oh, Dirk submitted a GCC. The LSP should have code actions. I get that the code actions is where those snippets are coming from. I just know Visual Studio Code will fill that whole match out for you, I think. But it's okay. Is the idea to write to the buffer? I don't really know. I haven't done this for a little while. Let's see. We get the F here. We should just use this F. Sorry. I wasn't thinking. I was just typing. I think we should just, write to this buffer. I think that's what you're saying with buffer here. F dot write to it. Does it not have a method to write to it? Do I need to use a method? Okay, so format. Oh, it's too late. It's too late. Wait. You got it. That's what I needed. I have used this actually before. Is the right macro. Thank you. So then we can just do F here, right? And then this is a terrible error. Fix me, please. All right. Beautiful. All right. That is... All right, we still have one more error. One more error. I don't even need... Oh, true. I don't... I did that in a match, didn't I? I like the match. We're keeping the match. It proves that I knew I should be doing something more than this. But was way too lazy. I just want this to compile, okay? We're going to get it to compile. We're going back. No, don't care. Do care. Okay. Refutable pattern in local binding. Let binding requires an irrefutable... Oh, okay. I see. Does this return an optional? Ah, it does. Okay. All right. We'll just make this an else. I think this wasn't it? I feel like it was. I feel like this wasn't else because we were panicking here. 1 second. So we get an error. If there's no index, we don't have an index for the log segment. That's a panic. These are things that should never happen. And we really should handle it not panicking, but like they shouldn't happen. The database can't continue to function that way. Oh, Togglebit! Togglebit, thank you so much. I think that should work for gifted subs. I think there should be a thing on there for your support. Thank you so much for your gifted sub. Auto 8, welcome to the Null Party. I super appreciate it. What are we? One second. I just want to understand what I'm doing here because I think the answer is I hit tab. I hit tab without. Okay. I think the answer is that we're just going to panic here, but I don't know why. 1 second. All right, 1 second. Let's walk through this. Okay, so we have our log indexes, which we're reading. This is the lock. Again, this is a poisoned lock. We can maybe deal with this better. We can try to recover. There's no recovering from a poisoned lock. I don't know if you guys have ever had a poisoned lock. I'm sure you have. Oh, Russell. I like it. Gifted subs should be conscripted. Maybe make it a bit shorter as well. I think you're right. It seems a little bit long. You don't have the attention spans? I also love how my null banner looks like somebody pointed out that it looked like they didn't load the asset properly. No. Okay, I don't know why we have so many panics here. So if we can't, this is a poisoned lock. Valid. Okay, what's this one? This is if there's no index for the whole log segment. And then this is, oh man. Dirk, you've been conscripted by Togglebit. Welcome. Toggle, you got to stop. You humble me too much. Thank you for another gifted sub. You're a legend. You're conscripting people all over the place, and I love the conscription. So, Russell. Yeah, it looks like those emails where the template fails, usually from recruiters. Dirk is a gnome. Oh. I'm sorry, Dirk. Like I said, the AI knows you better than you know yourself. Okay? That's all I can say. You assume Dirk is a... Oh. So this is our hash map of, this is our index. This is our index. And then what we're doing, this is not a panic. Holy cow. This is a continue. My goodness. This is if it's not in the segment file. You guys almost let me do that. That was You guys almost let me screw up there. Bad. The communist measurements. Is that what CM stands for? Communist measurements? 210 in the communist measurement system. Yeah. I don't know if that's 210 centimeters is the same as 6'10". I don't know. I only deal with freedom units here on this channel. If the auto mod was any good, they would have caught that. Would have caught that. I tease, by the way. I actually do know it fairly well to meters. It's roughly 2 meters. I was going to say it's not quite 2 meters though. So you're a little off. You're a little high. You know, or it's roughly 2 meters. 6 feet 10 inches is probably around 2 meters. So 210, maybe you're right around there. Yeah, it's very close to 210. Because like 6 feet is slightly under 2 meters. I recanted. Like I said, it's very close is what I came back to. I was thinking it was too high, but I don't know that for exact. You know what? 6 feet 10. 2.08. You are a little high. You're 2 centimeters high. 2 centimeters high. Okay. You were a little high there, Togglebit. Little bit high. I'm sorry. I got way too excited about that. Returning. 3.3 feet is roughly a meter. I don't know if it's perfect. It's roughly. You could think of 3 feet as a yard, and a yard is close to a meter. A yard is a little bit smaller than a meter. That's how I remember it. That's how I remember it. Dirk, thanks for the follow as well. I missed that. All right. So this should run now, right? Right? Is it working? We have 2 problems that we haven't fixed, but we're not actually going to fix today, I don't think. One is that our index is fine, but it needs to be built when compacting. So we need to build an index while compacting here. So that's one thing that we're not doing. Our building index, we need to actually update this. What we want to do is take the logic that's indexing out of this. So this portion right here, basically, we want to take this and put it in its own function so that when we generate a new compacted log, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, there is a video on it on YouTube. I posted it a billion times already. If you don't know, say something, I'll post it again. But when we make a new compaction, we actually need to make a new index for that new file. Sound bites for your stream. Oh no, I'm gonna be a permanent. I'm gonna be a permanent fixture on Togglebits. You were a little too high. That's all I said. I'm a precise person. 2 centimeters is a lot. Will that be a redeem for 240 bits? Oh, you guys are fantastic. If you could write the descriptive case on GitHub or something, I can help implement some stuff. You're more than welcome. All of this stuff is on GitHub. Just so everybody knows, it's on GitHub. I think, one second, wait, did I set this up? GitHub? Yeah, bam, right there. It's all on GitHub right there. So if you are looking for it, there's the GitHub for, that's just everything I do is stored in there. So the NullDB is pinned. You know what? Eddington should be pinned as well. I don't know how to, I don't remember. Oh, I have to go somewhere to pin. We'll pin later. It doesn't matter. So you're more than welcome to join in. I will try to, if people actually want to. So this is what I always do is like, if people are actually trying to get involved in any of these things and want to, absolutely, you can open an issue or whatnot. And if you want to do code, I will review the pull requests. I don't spend too much time with like a huge amounts of docs because I kind of make the videos for that. Like those are kind of my docs on it. I also try to comment the code for the videos. So like I will do a once over for the video before I release the video and like comment like what we're doing and why. If you want more help and would like to get more involved, I can work to make it easier to get involved. I haven't because there's not a whole lot of people. Now there are some people that are helping on Eddington, which is really cool. Eddington is the Go portion. So yeah. You know what? Well, don't help with Go. Don't do it. That's fine. I'm just saying that's what we do. I'm a variety streamer. I stream Go and Rust. Sometimes Python when I'm feeling a little, I'm sorry, sometimes when I'm feeling a little loosey-goosey. What we do. You know what I want to do? I wish that I knew somebody that was releasing a really good TUI. I wish that I knew somebody that was releasing a really good TUI. And I'll show you why. I have this idea. I wish somebody would make a good TUI that I could use, but I have this idea. I wrote this. A good TUI needs a Pratt parser. I've heard that. Do you want people working on the NullDB? I thought it was your course material for the database videos. So probably not the Rust. Actually, one thing that I thought would be interesting, but I don't have the time to do, is if people wrote and made pull requests for a lesson in a different language. So like if you go to the basic log and wanted to, I actually put this in a folder of Rust. If you wanted to do it in a different language and demonstrate that, that would be super cool and super awesome. So if somebody wants to do that, 100% I would accept that. If you're talking about, you know, what we're doing right now, I think it would be kind of difficult to I mean, like, possibly somebody could help me just write some of the code. I don't know. I'm not sure how that would work. So I would say probably not, but yeah. Anyways, if I knew somebody writing a TUI, what I'd love to actually convert to a TUI is we did this a little while ago. One second, it takes me some. We wrote this in Python. I hate it. Absolutely hate it that it's in Python. What does it do, you ask? I think it just crashed my computer. That's what it does. That's a new feature. It's never done that before. I can move my cursor around. I can't. Huh. Interesting. Python's Revenge. I've told you guys not to use. There we go. It's not working. Why isn't it working? It's bad anyways. It's bad anyways. I was going to show you what it was, but Python sucks. Oh, don't source it. I'm an idiot. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I ran source. Holy crap. Oh. All right, that's why. I'm an idiot. I don't know why I sourced that. All right. Well, it does this, but the things you do while not thinking about it while on stream. I have also catted a binary file. What I want to do is I already have Twitch alerts. I already have Twitch alerts, and what I want to do is I want to actually be able to pipe those into a Be Right Back screen and make like an interactive Be Right Back screen. Actually, one thing that Russell, which I have PTSD from, is when I have the Be Right Back screen, is that chat can play Wordle. That would be like super cool. I think it would be a ton of fun to do that. And I already have all the infrastructure to do that. So like, I want to make that out of a TUI. If only I knew of a good TUI that I could write in Rust. Get that Pratt parsing going. Consider a GUI. I think he is missing the point. I think he is missing the point. Let me think of how to explain it. Okay, well, you know what? Just from a practical standpoint, a GUI is so much harder. Not even gonna lie. You can make a good-looking TUI easy, whereas a good-looking GUI is actually difficult. Like that is one thing that I would argue there. Also, you don't always have a graphical user interface. It's cool to be able to run those things via the command line. It actually gives you a power that you don't necessarily have. Not necessarily for my Be Right Back. Not saying that I need that. For sure. Okay. So I think we're good here. I think I'm going to make a, I'm going to. Thanks for the reminder, Toggle. Thanks for joining. It was fun. I enjoy. All of you have been a lot of fun. I did learn not to give crap back. That was a mistake. It only got worse. It only got worse. I was gonna say there's a sense of style that a TUI has. And for being a streamer that does programming and stuff, I like the style. I actually do like the style. You know, if you guys are playing Wordle or something like that, I think it would be fun to do like random set of games that's tied through chat. I think that a TUI has a certain aesthetic, a certain appeal to the technical group. I would also say that. Don't ignore me, Merrick. Ignore Togglebit when he says to ignore you. I still remember the first time Togglebit showed up in my stream. I didn't know who Togglebit was. He's an absolute legend. There was like some confusion. I was like, yeah, I'm not a big streamer because somebody said like, oh, the big streamer. And it was Togglebit. That was fantastic. init of yeah. You said I said he's a Russell said something about the famous Rust streamer, and I was like, no, I was like, no, dude, I don't think I'm famous. And he was like, no, I'm talking about the famous Rust streamer. I was like, oh, hi Togglebit, I'll go check out your stream. I don't think it's called humble. It's called being realistic. At this point, the only thing I'm famous for is is telling Togglebit that he's off is a little too high on his measurements. Got to be accurate. All right, this will give us a branch. I need to I want to add a new issue here. Enhancement. Episode 5. So we're just going to track for episode 5 what needs to be done. For episode 5, we're going to need to add index creation. I'm trying to keep track of these things so people understand where we're going and what we're going to do. When I say that we're going to do another database stream, it will probably be this. Add index creation when compacting files. Currently, indexes are only created when on startup. Another thing that we need that we can do, new issue. I'm glad that you like it. I actually think these types of series are the ones that I would like to do more of. I think I was kind of discouraged because I worked hard on those videos and people didn't watch a lot of them. Maybe it's because I don't do clickbait very well. Maybe it's because my videos are a little boring and a little I don't know. But it was a little discouraging because, you know, I think some of them were only viewed by 20 people. Which is a lot of work to put into a video. Like, just writing the code is a lot of work. But I like the idea. I like the concept. I like, trying to make a hard thing more approachable. I'd like to do that with the cloud, although I'm figuring out more myself. So when we get to making those videos, we're going to go back to some of the things that we did. So thanks for letting me know. Thanks for letting me know that you liked it. Implement tests around creating indexes. Currently, there are no tests on the index creation, and this would be pretty straightforward to do and should be in the video. So we'll do that for episode 5. Sweet. All right. So I am winding down. Should we raid somebody? Let's go find somebody to raid. I'm new to this, so I don't know all of the stuff, but we'll find somebody to raid. We'll try. What do we want? Do we want Go? Do we want Rust? Let me know in the chat which one you want. We're going to find somebody. There's the Alt F4 stream. I know that we've hit that before. He does Rust. Do you guys want to hit the Alt F4? Do I have any of my other? None of my smaller ones. Oh! Bad Cop is. Do you guys want to raid Bad Cop? Let's raid Bad Cop. We know Bad Cop. Bad Cop is doing a Rust stream. That's what they say. They say the Rust stream. So you guys ready to get hit Bad Cop? I know that Bad Cop does a lot of bash, but I'm getting an ad, so I can't check. We're going to do Bad Cop. Yeah, we're going to do a Bad Cop. Let's do Bad Cop. Are you guys ready? All right. Raid Bad Cop. Thank you guys for joining. I had fun. I completely screwed this up. There we go. And I hope to see you guys in the future. Thanks, everyone. Bye. I guess I have 7 seconds left. 4 seconds left. All right. I will see you all. Thanks again so much for joining. I really had fun.